All right, everyone, welcome. I'm calling to order the Brattleboro Selectboard meeting of May 5th, 2026. Thank you all for coming. The board entered into executive session at 5:30 p.m. John, at the time I asked you, was the meeting properly warned?
Yes.
Thank you. Board, are there any adjustments to tonight's agenda? Seeing none. Move ahead to chair's remarks. I have a couple comments. The first is a general one. We obviously had a bit of an exciting meeting last time, and I'd just like to talk about how important it is that even in the most difficult moments, especially in the most difficult moments, we stretch ourselves to be as courteous and professional as we can. We're all human beings. Obviously, tempers are going to run high. People are going to get frustrated. But in this setting, it's really important that we all do our best to be courteous and respectful and professional. I know sometimes it can be frustrating to see the slow going. There are organizations that can move quickly and aggressively and do things really fast. Democratically elected governments are unfortunately not one of them. That's sort of the nature of the process. So I hope you'll all be patient with us as we try to move through our work. And I think it's also important to mention that everything you see on one of our agendas is important to somebody and matters to them. And we should avoid the mistake of thinking that our thing is the most important thing or the only thing that matters. A couple other notes. Peter and I had our first meeting with Hinsdale for the Bridge Working Group today. It went well. We had a good discussion. We talked about the Amtrak station opening in June and also sort of the bigger picture. And then a smaller group of us drove up to the bridges afterwards and looked things over and talked about murals for the station opening day. And it was a great start. Also, on Saturday, I was at the opening of the new Fred Harris pickleball courts at the park, which was great. It was a little rainy at the start, and still there were probably 50-plus people there. Amanda and Fish were there as well. John was there, and John and I played some pickleball together, which first time for both of us, but I think it went pretty well. And it was a great event.
You didn't have to watch either of you play, so I understand why you said that.
I see, yes, thank you.
All right.
But it's going to be a great new amenity, and it's going to be there for a long time, and it's the result of a lot of work. Carol, our Parks and Rec director, got a ton of credit that day, but no less than she deserves. So it's a culmination of a lot of work. And that's all I have. I will turn it over to John for manager's comments.
I'll pick up on the pickleball theme, Oscar, and just want to say that the majority of that project was funded by private donations or grants that Carol was instrumental in raising, along with a fundraising team that she worked with that did an extraordinary job. And I think the town should be grateful to have such a really high-quality facility up there that was largely done without, actually it was entirely done without any taxpayer dollars, so kind of a great thing. And if anyone is interested in learning about opportunities to play pickleball, please visit our website, brattleboro.gov/pickleball. Because, of course, there's a page for that now, so that's good. The town will be holding the second annual committee fair on Wednesday, May 13th, next Wednesday, from 5:30 to 6:30 in the main reading room of the Brooks Memorial Library. Representatives from many of the town committees or boards will be there on hand to discuss what they do and talk with interested applicants about what it's like to serve on their board or the committee. Please come out and check out the work of the town's amazing committees. If you have any questions, reach out to Jessica Stickler at the town manager's office. The Brattleboro Town Clerk's Office will be adjusting its public hours effective May 13th. The office will be closed to the public on Wednesdays, starting that day. And this change is necessary due to the significant volume of work handled by the Town Clerk's Office. Closing one day a week will provide staff with uninterrupted time to focus on day-to-day administrative tasks, vital records processing, record maintenance, and larger ongoing projects that they have not been able to get to. Dog licenses are still available in the Town Clerk's Office. The warrant and list of unlicensed dogs will be submitted to the Selectboard at the June 2nd meeting. After that, the Animal Control Officer will be actively looking for unlicensed dogs and begin issuing tickets, so get your license renewal in. There will be a local concerns meeting for the Fairground Road Sidewalk project on May 21st at 6 p.m., both on Zoom and in person at the Wyndham Regional Career Center Cusick Conference Room at 80 Atwood Street. The meeting is an opportunity to share comments and concerns to better inform the plans for a sidewalk on Fairground Road between Red Clover Commons and the high school parking lot. They asked me to give you a reminder that the fourth quarter taxes and water sewer payments are due May 15th. Any amount unpaid after 5 p.m. on May 15th will have an 8% penalty and a 1% interest charge applied. The Department of Public Works and the town would like to thank all of the volunteers who participated in Green Up Day this past weekend. Your efforts play an important role in keeping Brattleboro and the whole state clean, safe, vibrant, and nice for residents and visitors alike. Following the event, DPW staff collected just over 2,000 pounds of trash on Monday morning as a direct result of the volunteers' work, so good job. This level of community participation makes a meaningful difference and reflects the strong sense of stewardship we see across Brattleboro. Thanks to everyone who took the time to contribute to that effort. The fire department would like to appreciate everyone's continued cooperation with the burn ban because the fire danger remains very high. Soils are drying out quickly. If anyone felt the winds this afternoon, that's a high risk situation, and so we really appreciate everyone continuing to observe the burn ban. The Department of Public Works would like to inform the public that a State of Vermont project will begin paving work on Route 9 starting May 11th and is expected to continue for several weeks. This work will take place during overnight hours between the hours of 6:30 p.m. and 6:30 a.m. During this period, no overnight parking will be allowed on Route 9 between Exit 2 and Edward Heights, and that is to allow crews to safely complete their work. All residents and the traveling public should expect delays, traffic impacts, and increased nighttime noise in the area while the project is underway. But when it's done, it'll be a nice new highway out there. Finally, the top floor of the library will be closed on Wednesday, May 6th, tomorrow, and also on Thursday, May 7th, due to construction. The children and teen areas, the restrooms, and community room upstairs will be closed these days. A small browsing collection of books for children and teens will be on the ground level, which will still be open. And to learn more about the renovations and all the construction that you're seeing out front here, please visit brattleboro.gov/projects and look for the library project. And that's all I had.
Thank you, John.
Welcome.
Select board comments. Isaac, any comments?
No.
Amanda?
I'd like to take a couple moments at the beginning of the meeting to offer my apologies for what was a hectic meeting. Not that it was all me, but it was the group of us. But Oscar and I are on the agenda setting committee, and we made an agenda that was very large and perhaps too large for the time allotted. And so I just want to take the time to apologize to the public. We want our town government to sit in the sunshine for you all. And I've got to say, we kind of did a shady job at that. So onward, and thank you for your consideration. And anyway, on.
Thank you, Amanda. Peter?
Sure, just, it has to do with continuing what Oscar was saying about the bridges. We did have a really good, robust conversation, which ended up to a little field trip out there and some nice plans moving forward for our train station opening on the 24th, which I'm excited about, and kind of cleaning up that area so it's a little bit more inviting of something to look at when you get off the train. So, yeah, I think it was just a good conversation, and I think we're stepping in the right direction.
Thank you. Nell?
So for my part, Oscar and Amanda have touched on this, but our last meeting did go off the rails. And I know that I offended people. I swore in response to the adjournment of the meeting, which was inappropriate. It's not an appropriate way to hold myself or to express my frustration, and I do know that I offended members of the public, and I am sorry for that. And I hope that going forward, I will show you all the level of commitment that I have to the thoughtfulness and the civility that this office respects, that this office demands, and which I didn't show through doing that at the last meeting. So thank you all.
Thanks, Nell. Okay, we're going to move to open public comment. This is an opportunity for members of the public in person or on Zoom to make a comment about something that is not on the agenda. If you do start to talk about a subject that we're going to talk about later, I will politely ask you to hold your comments until then. This is also an opportunity if you have questions about an item on the consent agenda or like to request that something be removed. For people participating on Zoom, if you'd like to speak, I should have said this last time, but there is a raise hand reaction or emote at the bottom of the screen. If you raise your hand, Seth will notice you and he will flag me down and we will call on you. So just raise your hand and leave it up until you're called. And for everyone who speaks, whether in person or in person, please come to the mic, but anywhere, please state your full name so we can include it in the minutes. With that said, is there anyone with public comment at this time? Yes, Lisa Marie.
Hello, Lisa Marie from 69A. I want to apologize to everyone on the board, John, BCTV, and everyone else, and Sue and Brenda. I was not calling anyone a male appendage, just to clear that up. I was saying that I was trying not to be a male appendage. But either way, it doesn't matter because there's no excuses for my actions. I was being a complete jerk, and I apologize.
Thanks, Lisa. Any other comments? Ivan?
Ivan Hennessy. I'm going to start by saying I'm going to bump right up against some agenda things, and I'm not going to touch them because I want to say that the board demonstrated the discretion and flexibility that's available to you regarding your rules. And the way that discretion was exercised allowed acceptable, respectable, sympathetic people to talk about members of the community. And we ended up never hearing from a bunch of members of the community. And I suspect we're going to continue to not hear from members of the community. And that leads to talking about members of the community as expenses that are imposed on us by state mandates or problems that other towns should solve. And that makes me pretty angry. So the power that you hold is, I think, maybe more than you realize in terms of excluding swaths of the population from the decision-making process.
Thank you. Kate?
Hi, everybody. Kate O'Connor, Brattleboro. I just would like everyone to know that the Charter Revision Commission is going to start meeting again, and our next meeting is Thursday, May 14th, 6 p.m., right here in this room. It will also be live on Zoom, taped by BCTV if you can't see it. The agenda will be posted shortly on the Charter Revision Commission website, which is located at brattleboro.gov. So thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Anyone else or on Zoom with a comment? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move ahead to the consent agenda. John?
Yep, give you a quick summary. There's 10 items on the consent agenda tonight. If you approve this agenda, you'll be approving a slate of 52 liquor and tobacco license renewals. You'll be awarding an $85,000 sole bid to Renaud Brothers Construction to repair the pre-engineered column bases at the Nelson Withington Skating Facility using funds from the Generational Improvement Budget. You'll be awarding a $34,107 low bid to Southern Vermont Home for the replacement of the Kiwanis Shelter roof at Living Memorial Park as part of the FY26 Capital Improvement Plan. You'll be approving the FY27 VTrans financial plan consistent with the adopted FY27 town budget. You'll be authorizing the replacement purchase and upfitting of a 2027 Western Star dump truck from multiple vendors for a total cost of $275,162, consistent with the FY27 capital improvement plan. You'll be authorizing the replacement purchase of a John Deere 544 P-tier wheel loader from United Construction and Forestry of Springfield, Vermont, for a net cost of $197,000, consistent with the FY27 capital improvement plan. You'll be approving the naming of a new private road for E911 purposes off of South Street, and it will be known as Swan Pond Lane. You'll be authorizing the Planning Department to apply for a Vermont Emergency Management Grant of up to $60,000 with the 25% match to be covered by the Whetstone Village HOA, and this is for a scoping study to stabilize a slope failure at Whetstone Village. You'll be approving a development and subgrant agreement with Winston Prouty Center for Children and Family Development to collaborate on water infrastructure improvements to support the Village at Winston Prouty Housing Development. And lastly, you'll be sending a letter to VTrans asking for bicycle safety signage on state highways in Brattleboro, consistent with a request from BCAT, the Brattleboro Coalition for Active Transportation.
Great, thank you, John.
You're welcome.
Someone on the board care to make a motion?
I'll motion to accept the consent agenda as presented.
Okay, Peter has made a motion to accept the consent agenda as presented. Boy. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
5-0. Thank you. Okay, moving ahead to unfinished business, item A, Vermont's General Assistance Motel Program. So a little clarification, and I'm going to set up a bit of a structure for this. I spoke to the town attorney today. The adjournment actually removed the pending motion from the floor. So we are not considering a motion to postpone to a time indefinite. We are back to just the agenda item with no motion. I have been thinking about how to structure this discussion for about 2 weeks, and what I heard at the last meeting boiled down to two separate questions for me. One of them is a request from the community for more clarity around, does the town have a policy? Has the town communicated a policy to the state? What are the details of that? What changes could we make if we wanted to? That's one question that I think is something we can address first. And then the other question for the board is if the board wishes to make any alterations to that communication policy with the state. So I'd like to start just, John, by asking if you could give us a little more context and help us connect the dots between, let's say, a year ago when there were 200 rooms in the program. Now we're down to about half that. And we're looking at a state document that talks about language about by municipal request. I know there's a lot of nuance there, and there's also information about sort of state-requested occupancy limits at some of these properties, the Travelodge and Econo Lodge. So I'm hoping that we can have a brief conversation about that ends with everyone involved knowing where we stand. Is that, yeah.
Okay, so what's the question?
So what kind of communications did we have in terms of, we've talked about caps, and that's a word that the town hasn't used. We've talked about if the state has made requests or offers or suggested that they're going to limit occupancy at a property that the town may have agreed was a good idea. I'm trying to help people understand how we got from the state not really taking municipal input a year or two ago to now, where it seems like they are willing to accept some direction.
I wouldn't,
Chairman, point of order.
Yes, I'll hear it.
I may be able to shed some information on
You-
that question.
Yeah,
Come to the microphone.
I don't think that's a point of order. But we will have an opportunity for public comment on this.
I mean, I can go through the whole history of it if that's helpful for the board.
Really, all I'm trying to understand is how we were able to lower the numbers and what has led the state to think that participation has been capped. And I think not being able to understand that, for me, has made it very hard for me to talk to people about it and have meaningful conversations about it. I think it's likely just a communication issue, but if the state has, if we haven't requested caps, how do we get to where we are today?
Okay, so, so back in 2024, there was a lot of conversation at select board meetings about the fact that things seemed chaotic downtown. There was a lot of criminal activities and a lot of just concern about what the town was feeling like to people. And there were probably 3 or 4 meetings when there were over 120 people in this room complaining about the lack of emergency response to concerns that people had. Well, we realized at that point that we needed to invest more in public safety downtown, and that was a decision that the select board made. What we also realized was that was a lot of the reason for that was because our resources were getting drawn so highly to the motels in the GA program. And so, you know, the call volume out to those motels was very high at the time. So we tried different things. We tried to get resources from the state to help offset that cost to the town budget. We tried to do that community conduct ordinance that would give us some leverage over the motel owners. Those things didn't work. So where we were in early 2025 and where the sense of the board was that we should be working with the state to see if there's anything that they could do to help reduce the cost on the town. So So I had some conversations. I called up the director of the motel program and spoke with them and said, "Hey, this is really costing the town like $550,000 a year just responding to those motels that are in your program. And when I look at the motels that are not in the program, it's an order of magnitude less expensive. Like the 6 motels in the program are costing us $550,000 a year, and the 5 that did not take vouchers were costing us $55,000 a year. So huge difference in the demand and the strain on town resources. So that's where I went to the state and I said, help, this is a lot. And, oh, by the way, we're seeing that Brattleboro is holding like 19% of the vouchers statewide. Why is that? That just doesn't seem fair. So that was all that we did was pose that question in early 2025. And I think the state looked at that and they said, oh, yeah, maybe things are a little out of whack. I don't know. But after that, starting later in 2025, they started to limit the number of people that were going into into the motels here in Brattleboro. But it was the town never said, hey, we only want 80 rooms to be occupied. That was nothing that we ever did. All we ever talked about was, hey, look, this is costing us a lot of money, a lot of resources, and can you get us some resources? Can you get us some more local option tax or something to help us out with that? Or is there anything else that you can do? And I think the state took that as, well, yeah, if we weren't putting so many people from other places into Brattleboro, then the call volume would probably go down. And so that's actually what happened was when they went from, and I have some statistics here for you if it's helpful, but so during 2024 and the first part of 2025, Brattleboro motel owners were receiving between 12% and 19% of all the vouchers in the state motel program. Since mid-2025, when we had those conversations, through today, Brattleboro has been hosting between 7 and 9% of all the vouchers in the state motel program. So a lot closer to, proportionally representative of a small community like Brattleboro. When we looked at participation in the motel program, we were looking at numbers like 54% of the people taking the vouchers. We were estimating 54% were from other towns in the state, 26% from other states like Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Maine, Connecticut, with only 15 to 20% of people being from Brattleboro, really demonstrating the incoming nature of the motel program. So with the state's decision to pull back from Brattleboro in mid-2025, we saw that EMS and police call volumes to the participating motels, just to those motels, went down by 11%. So in 2025, there were 1,175 total calls to those motels, and it's down to 1,051 last year. And so that saved the town on the order of $75,000 to $100,000 in annual response expenses. For every additional motel program participant in the state program that gets placed in Brattleboro, we're seeing an average of 7 to 9 public safety response calls per year. That's what the town budget was facing. And that generates an estimated cost to the town of $4,000 a year per participant. So any additional folks coming through the voucher program to Brattleboro, that's what it's costing us in the value of those services that are going to the motels as opposed to supporting everybody else in the town. So certainly, if the board would like to encourage the state to max out the capacity in the participating motels. There's a lot of room there. Right now, we're around 117 rooms. There's a max capacity in those motels of about 377 rooms. And so we could expect a cost impact on the town budget of as much as $1 million increase in demand for town services if we were to try to max it out. So that is an option for the town, but it will have a significant impact on our ability to deliver services elsewhere throughout Brattleboro.
Thanks, John.
You're welcome.
Just to pull on one thread, I see Chuck standing up, but maybe a question for him, but we did see some state-level fire code occupancy restrictions.
Yep.
For the Econo Lodge and the Travel Lodge, which are
Yep.
marked here as municipal request. I'm wondering if is that the nature of those restrictions? Are those still in?
Nope, so I think there's many reasons why the state does not place people with vouchers in certain motels. One of them, in the case of those two motels, was that they had significant fire safety violations. I've shared with the select board the information about all those violations. And so for quite some time, the state was not placing anyone in those motels because of that. There's other reasons why they don't. Sometimes motel owners reject vouchers, even when they want them for some people, but not for others. There's a multitude of reasons why the state might not put people in a particular motel. I also recall a conversation around one of those motels where there was some criminal action against one of the owners or managers, and the state was not wanting to put anyone there while that was a question. So there's different reasons. Really have to ask them why they are making those decisions.
Thanks, John.
Yep.
That was very, very helpful. I would, if anyone on the board has a question on this topic, I definitely hear it now. Otherwise, structurally, I'd like to give the public a chance for a certain amount of comment and then bring it back to the board to see if there are any actions we want to take about the second question, which would be any, if the board wants to adjust its policy in any way.
I think, given the way our last meeting went, I think we should reverse engineer this one and let public speak first, and then bring it back to us.
Sure. Anyone else, any questions on this topic while we're here?
No.
I do have a couple questions, but I see Nell had hand up.
I just had a quick question. In the materials that we were provided by John that came from the State Division of Fire Safety, it was citing health code, like health and fire violations at Econo Lodge and Travel Lodge initially on, I think, November 11th, and then a failure to comply by December 5th, which resulted in something like 0 occupancy granted in the Econo Lodge and I think 13 granted in the Travel Lodge. I am curious if we know of any updates from that since then. It's been.
I don't know this for sure, but I believe when the Colonial Motel lost its water, electricity, that they were going to transfer people in the Colonial to one of those, maybe the Travel Lodge, I can't remember exactly, but so I think that one may have been cleared by now, but again, that's a question for the state.
Yeah. Anecdotally, I heard that 15 households were transferred to Travel Lodge. I am curious if we as a town or a board are allowed to see the continued, I guess, inspections from the Division of Fire Safety on those two properties.
I would ask Chuck about that.
Yeah, Chuck, could you help us out?
So both of those properties that you speak of did receive inspections, as you noted. There was also continued follow-up inspections throughout the winter months as rooms were granted occupancy. So, of course, they're a public document, and I can share that with the board if you'd like.
I personally would be interested. I'd be curious to see if there's any active restrictions on rooms and what the numbers would be.
What I can say is there was active restrictions on rooms in both of those properties throughout the winter months, in part to one of those hotels having lack of permitting, largely the annex section of the Econo Lodge. And then further, the Econo Lodge received water damage in the winter months from a frozen pipe that restricted another large block of units that they had. The Travel Lodge was going under a large amount of renovations, and those renovations through other problems were delayed significantly, and that was a restriction in their rooms and being able to grant occupancy to those. But I'll provide those follow-up reports to John. He can disperse those.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Thanks, that would be great. Isaac, you had a couple questions, and then we'll go to the public.
Yeah, John, thanks for the background. I interviewed Miranda Gray for a radio program for the state about this motel voucher program a year or two ago. And my recollection is that she had said that well over 90% of the people in the motel voucher program were last housed in Vermont, or had been in Vermont for a long time. And I've heard similar statistics from organizations in Vermont, though I've heard conflicting things from people who have worked with folks in the motel voucher program. And I'm curious where the estimate you got around the 54% of people taking the vouchers were from other communities, where, and where those other communities might that have been Putney or other folks in the region, or can you give us a little bit more information about those numbers and how you got those estimates?
Sure. Yeah, and really it started with the folks on the ground, Isaac. So our EMTs and our police officers, they typically have a lot of conversations with people at the motels because they're going there so often. And they talk with people, and they, just chit chat and, ask people, hey, where are you from? And what, and so, I've had police officers say, boy, every single person I spoke to at the Quality Inn is from Chittenden County or White River Junction or state of New Hampshire. They're over from Keene. That's the type of conversation that our staff are observing all the time on a daily basis when they go to those rooms. So it was always surprising me, those statistics that the state and others have been talking about. So the police went and tried to look at some data on that. And so they went and they took all of the calls from those specific properties, and they traced back the people that the calls were for, and they found that most of them were from other Vermont towns, with a large percentage from other states. Now, they may have been here in Putney or someplace else close by for a month or 2 months or something like that, and then they're called from Brattleboro or something like that. That's sort of what we think the data that you're referring to are based on, that transient movement of people, and then once they declare that they're from some new place, then they're from that new place, Brattleboro. So that's kind of what we think is the dynamic going on and the difference between those numbers. But what the police did was they went back and they looked at, where was a license issued, or where was a prior criminal history from, what town was that from, and they found that a lot of those were in Chittenden County and other places where we've seen a reduction in homelessness. Here we've seen an increase in homelessness.
Thanks for that. I just one different clarification is that data is based on who the police or EMS is specifically responding to, or there's connection to, which might be different than it may be. It may not be reflective of everybody who's in the motels.
I agree with that. Yes.
And then the other question is just in terms of the estimate of $1 million increase in the budget, if the town were to return to having more, if there were to be more usage of the motel voucher program here, I didn't see the $1 million decrease in our budget from when we reduced the usage when there was reduced usage. If it looks like there was significant reduction. And I'm looking at the numbers of calls from like December 2024 versus March 2026, and it's virtually the same in terms of the number of calls to the police. So I'm curious where that $1 million increase, if we didn't,
Yep.
where does that come from if we didn't see a $1 million decrease in the budget?
Yep. So as I mentioned earlier, we saw about 135 call reduction just to those properties. So those calls were going to other business in town that normally it was getting ignored. It was not getting addressed because we were at the motel. So that's where it's been a shift. And if enough, and the $1 million is based on what the value of the services rendered to those properties is for every additional room being an average of 7 to 9 calls per year. Like, it's the value of that cost, that call volume, that cost of that, which means it's not addressing the domestic violence incident somewhere else in town as quickly, or it's not addressing the break-in on Main Street as quickly, and it's not additional patrols and things like that. So it's opportunity cost. It's taken away from the rest of the community to address the demand at the motels, which we have to respond to.
Okay, so it's not necessarily, you're not saying that would be in addition to the overall budget, but about where those resources are going.
Yeah, I think it would ultimately be in addition to the budget, because you would, like we had in the summer of 2024, you were going to start to have people showing up here to your meeting saying, we need more police, we need more ability to respond, we need another ambulance, that kind of thing, because we're not getting to the calls in the rest of the town. We're instead addressing 377 occupied rooms in the motel program, something like that. That's going to be a lot more demand on our staff, and so it's going to show up elsewhere in town, and you'll be asked to address that, and that'll be an increase in police and fire budgets.
I would just like to make the observation that all of these numbers are pretty soft. They come from interviews, and they come from intake data, and they can be sliced in a lot of different ways. I don't think we're necessarily going to resolve that tonight and get to the bottom of all that ambiguity tonight. The question of where somebody is from when they've been here for 3 years but then had a different address before that, these are not questions with a right or wrong answer. So I'm going to suggest that we don't go too much further down the rabbit hole on that one for now.
And Chair, I realize that you want to get on with the meeting because time is moving, ticking, and it's time for public comment. But
Please.
I will weigh in just one thing.
Please do.
And that was that I got the opportunity to sit in the Capital for a Day meeting with members of the cabinet. John was there, Liz was there, and Chris Winters, the former head of DCF, actually admitted that there were the program did, in fact, offer housing to many people that weren't from the state of Vermont. He is no longer the head of DCF, but that came from Montpelier. So as much as you had questioned John on our own police department, who I believe 100% having anecdotal or tracking, that came from the top. So it is something that hopefully some investigative journalist actually really truly looks into.
All right, so I'd like to move to the public. We're going to start with 20 minutes of public comment. That will put us only 15 minutes behind schedule, actually, with more to go on this agenda item. So we're going to start there. Yes, Lisa Marie.
I do know a lot about the voucher program, not only because I was in the voucher program, I was a manager at a hotel for the voucher program, and I help people get vouchers and things. So if anyone actually has any questions after this, I am more than happy to answer what I know. I am one of the ones who is considered out of state. Even though I was born in Brattleboro, I was raised in a town right next to Brattleboro. And I am considered an out-of-stater because I have not been able to fix my ID yet. There is a lot of people who were born somewhere else and who have come in to Brattleboro because of family, jobs, children, legal issues, doctors, dentists. Like, there's so many different reasons of running from a domestic and saying, okay, well, let's just pick a random town. Perfect, you know? But a lot of people do have some sort of connection to Brattleboro, whether it's, you know, they vacationed here when they were a kid and they want to find anything that is close to happiness that they have had in their life. Just in case anyone's wondering. Also, where did the people go when they left the hotels? Some did go up north, yes, and around the state, because ESD likes to move people out of their comfort zone. They get moved from their schools, they get moved from their families, their jobs, their doctors. They get moved all around the state, and they will take whatever room is available, because if you do not take a room, you do not get a room. And sometimes getting a room and losing everything that you have worked for already to survive, to live, is more important than finding a doctor or a school. And also, you know, the people who didn't get a room, who couldn't get a room because there is not enough rooms, are on the streets. I have to listen to people every day crying, begging, pleading, getting on their knees and asking, what do we do? Where do we go? It's raining, it's cold, it's snowy. That is the only reason why 69A opened at night this winter. Because honestly, I could not handle watching an amputee being so cold that they were thinking of removing more of his leg. You know, so it's not about the money, guys, because no matter what, you're going to spend it anyways. You're going to spend it on people dying or freezing or being wet and sick, trench foot, wounds, rapes, murders, because they're not safe. The hotel program has a lot of issues. I have talked about the issues in the past. It is not perfect, but it's the only option we have right now. And to take that away from the people who are struggling the most, why? Why? To save a couple of bucks? You're not going to save a couple of bucks. You're going to spend more. You're going to have more crime downtown. You're
Lisa,
going to
I
have.
have to ask you to.
I know. I'm sorry, but
It's okay.
I'm trying to be appropriate here. It is one of the most ridiculous things that I have heard in my entire life. And let me tell you, I have lived a life or two for this conversation to even exist. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Other people with comment? And John, when I said it wasn't an appropriate point of order earlier, this would be a fine time if you'd still like to.
John Kennedy, Brattleboro. I'd like to take some responsibility for the question and the issue of where the idea of caps came from. I was one of the first, if not the first, people in town to become aware of the tracking system that the state of Vermont has that shows where and who is in the program, not specific individuals, but numbers. Okay, that was, I think, January of 25 is when I first became aware of it. I wrote a letter to the editor that talked about it. I wrote a letter to all of the select board members who were on the select board at that time, including the town manager. And in the course of my research, I found my way to Miranda Gray, who was at that time administering the program and who is now, in fact, in charge of the entire state program. I contacted her directly because I told her that my next step was to contact the governor directly and make the issue that I did not understand the situation where Burlington metro area which is 35% of the state population, was only housing 20 or 22% of the homeless population. And yet Brattleboro, with 2% of the state population, was hosting at that time 16 or 19%. In the communication with her, I asked her point blank, have you reviewed this document? And I gave her the thing. And she said yes. And I said, have you actually analyzed it and not just looked at the bottom line numbers of how many people are in the program and how many motels? And she admitted she hadn't. And we talked about the issue with the inequity. Now, I don't remember a cap being mentioned. But what I did come away with from those communications was a sense that she was going to review the situation. She was sympathetic to the issue, but she explained that her problem was very simple. It was the numbers. They did not have enough motel owners in the Burlington area to participate in the program. So they had a mandate from the state legislature to fill these rooms. And they had people in Brattleboro that were willing to look at their bottom line in those motels rather than the impact it had to the town. She was sympathetic to that issue. And I left those communications on the table, so to speak, with a sense of a wait and see. She was going to try and do something. As the numbers went down, I stopped pushing and stopped talking to her about the issue.
Thank you, John. Other comments? Bob, and then we'll go to Seth.
So Bob Ozer, Brattleboro. Try to make the first comment very brief. During COVID, got involved with an individual who was living in an apartment that was problematic because of hoarding. There was going to be an eviction. I connected with the constable doing the eviction. At that time, it was during our first rendition of the police social worker program. Contacted the police social worker. We all got together at the eviction. We got the person into the retreat. She was there for 5 days, I think, and then released, in essence, to the parking lot of Groundworks. Was able to get a motel room. Anyone want to guess where? South Burlington. So there's a lot of movement in that program. I've got other problems with the program, but I wanted to focus on numbers, and I'm not too sure all the numbers line up. There's a monthly housing report that DCF has on their website. As of January 19, 2026, the district offices, and Brattleboro is a district office, which encompasses the towns surrounding Brattleboro, as does Barry and Bennington, are district offices. So the number of rooms in Brattleboro on January 19th was 100. In Bennington, 198. In Barry, 160. In Burlington, 237. We don't know the populations of the districts. I provided to the Select Board a copy of this document with links. So it'll go to an email that I had with DCF on the question of what the population of the district was. January 28th, 2026, Vermont conducted a point-in-time count. And again, numbers sometimes are not exact, right? But this is an annual count of people sheltered or unsheltered and experiencing homelessness on a single night. And that's only available for county. So in Windham County, it was 237 households, 373 persons experiencing homelessness, 64 unsheltered. Windham County was the second highest in the state. And you can go to that link and see that information. On calls, I think we took, I've got 7 seconds or 6 seconds. 1,327 police calls in December 2024, 1,314 in March 26. The highest number was 1,401, which a prior police chief always told me, it's always during the summer. It was June in 2025. EMS calls increased from 3,043 to 3,275 from fiscal year 23 to fiscal year 24.
Bob, I'm going to have to ask you to conclude shortly.
One sentence.
Please.
FY25 data, only half of that is available. 1,913 calls. If you do the math, you know what the number would be. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to Zoom and Robin first, please.
Hi. Thanks for having this conversation, everyone. I just would like to say that it sounds like what is missing here is a reflection of how many unsheltered people are in Brattleboro that are not able to access hotel rooms because of the cap on rooms. And I would like to see that be what informs the choice of how to move next. Let's see if we can get people who are living in our town already unsheltered access to the hotel rooms in our own town. And I think that, I agree with a lot of what other people have said. I'm not going to, repeat everything, but I do think that we have to look at the provision of motel rooms as preventative care. Providing hotel rooms is not increasing the level of unsafety and crime in our town, it's decreasing it. And because where are those people going to be if they're not in the hotel? Okay, so then the location of where the police calls and EMS calls are going to is going to change, but the people who are suffering is going to be increased by having more people stay unsheltered. So I really think this would be a smart financial move to get more people off the streets. Thank you.
Thanks, Robin. Seth, who's next?
Kurt Times.
Hello, Kurt. Are you there?
Can you hear me now? Hello, can you hear me now?
Can you hear us?
I can.
Please go ahead.
This is Kurt Dimes with Brattleboro Common Sense. We operated the emergency homeless shelter for homeless people in RVs and on our land in Brattleboro for a couple of years until April 24, to April 25. And people should know that there's other things that homeless people need if there's no room for them in a shelter or in a hotel. A lot of them just need and would benefit greatly from just having a patch of dry ground or a porch or a car to sleep in. This would benefit a lot of them. Two that I know that stayed here arguably died because they were sleeping in their tents for months at a time on wet ground, and they developed infections that could not be cured, and they died. So if it's a matter of money, the public can help out by just helping one person. This is what we discovered and experimented with at our shelter. Just have a spot for them on dry ground or on your porch or in your garage. It is still, and it's going to be an emergency again. And people should not, the select board should not allow people to be deterred from individual efforts to help, as they are very likely deterred by that to help individually on their own land because of the very ill-advised lawsuits against our effort in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt. Okay, Seth, let's hear from Andy, Elizabeth, and then we'll bring it back to the board.
Hello, thank you. Question, and I don't know how much of it you can talk about the first question, but the second one I think you can. I'm curious about the Colonial. The sudden closing of the Colonial with no warning clearly affected people that were in the motel program who were immediately relocated. There was a letter in the paper about, people that were providing mutual support to one another in that program were pulled apart and sent in different directions. But the Colonial also, the sudden unannounced closing affected people in the Afghan community who had just started a restaurant there, people involved in the spa who some of them had just purchased annual memberships who have now not been able to find any way to get that money back. That's been a really difficult thing. And my question is, was the motel program by the state, was that a factor in what happened at the Colonial? I only know some anecdotal stuff about some of the stresses on the program. For a while, there was a sign there on the pool saying, "No admittance to anyone who is intoxicated," which I've never seen on a motel pool before. I know that there were stresses on the upkeep of the rooms, and I'm just wondering if that was a factor at all. And the second question, and then I'll just be quiet and listen, is does the state provide any support to the motel owners or any interface with the folks? We've had a lot of talk about emergency calls. That's very reactive. I mean, it's totally necessary when the phone rings at the police. But often people that are in a homeless situation do need supports for how to treat a motel room, how to work that way, how to does the state provide any funds at all to the motel owners? Because I'm just curious if some of the stresses of the program led to the closing of the Colonial, which has had a big economic impact on a lot of people in Brattleboro that were using those services that were not in the motel voucher program. Thank you for listening. I appreciate it.
Official knowledge regarding the Colonial, John, is there any?
I'm not sure I could answer those questions. Yep.
As far as support from the state, I'm not aware of any other than, of course, the payments they get for the rooms, which I don't think it's that controversial to say some of that should be used for the upkeep and maintenance of the hotel.
Our staff were aware in some of the motels that there were services provided from social service organizations in town, but I don't know the extent of it.
Nell, do you have an answer to this question?
Well, just to what John had just said, I had heard from speaking with board members at Groundworks that there was funding that allowed for caseworkers to be doing outreach to the motels, but it was lost speculatively, I want to say last October, but I would have to check my memory on that. There certainly isn't any outreach funding anymore to get the coordinated entry organizations specifically to the motels.
Thank you.
And my understanding too is there's nothing directly coming from the state. There's no designated agency that's actually supporting individuals.
Okay, so we'll go to Elizabeth. Marta, yes, I will grant you the final comment. Hi there, Elizabeth. Can you
Can you hear me?
can.
Oh, good, because I'm not seeing the screen anymore. Okay, this is Elizabeth Kroll, and I speak to you today as an engaged community member, a retired teacher, and a mother. And I hope that we will continue dialogue between the select board and the public on the issue of homelessness here in Brattleboro. There are no quick solutions to homelessness. So again, I'm hoping that there will be an opportunity to continue discussing the broader issue of homelessness here. So Vermont and Brattleboro residents are known for being good neighbors, and good neighbors step up and support each other in times of emergency or need. Any of us can need help at times, such as during a flood, fire, family illness, injury, loss of home or income. I have a wonderful example of a friend of mine who befriended a homeless young person who lost housing after a fire, learned that this young person had some great talents, a wonderful cook, did delivery work and yard work, and had much to contribute. Brattleboro neighbors include both housed and unhoused town residents. And we are all part of the Brattleboro community, whether we're long-term local Brattleboro residents or new neighbors from elsewhere in Vermont or in a neighboring region. I myself resettled here from Maine due to my former husband's job offer. So we are all connected and part of the community. If we're new, we make connections and do the best we can to improve our situation. What happens to vulnerable individuals and groups affects the whole community's sense of well-being and the appearance of stability. We share basic survival needs such as food, water, shelter, safety, healthcare, and community connection. We value our sense of home. Few of us would want ourselves or our families to become homeless, or even worse, to be without even temporary indoor shelter. Therefore, the whole Brattleboro community should not be comfortable with the health and mental health risks resulting from lack of indoor shelter for our currently homeless residents, least of all for children, the elderly, and people with serious medical conditions. And I will just mention that with local shelters full, and the Brattleboro should utilize all available state-funded local shelter options, including general assistance, motel voucher rooms to help cover as many currently unsheltered residents as possible. And I believe I'm not alone in feeling that it's time to stop declining and capping local motel voucher rooms. Declining those rooms is not going to solve homelessness problems. The problems of homeless people won't go away just because they're not in those rooms. And declining the voucher rooms does not save money in the end because there's a human vulnerability cost with problems getting worse when people are on the street, in camps, or living in cars.
Elizabeth, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Can't see the screen. You're actually, your 3 minutes are a little bit over, so if you could conclude.
Yes, that's my main thing. As a teacher, I'm patient and persistent, so I can, say more at another time. But I feel that we need to work as a whole community, and whether that's as professionals in the field of housing, or whether that's nonprofits who are helping to do whatever they can, and volunteers, individuals and groups. And I just want to appreciate everyone who's pitching in. We all need to work on this together. We're all connected in this town. Every resident in this town is connected to the whole town. Thank you.
Thanks, Elizabeth. And then, yes, Marta, you will have the final word.
I actually wanted to say thank you for this conversation tonight, because what John talked about, I think illuminated a lot about where did this come from, how was did the conversation happen, what were the reasonings behind it. And so now that we kind of know that this wasn't any kind of formal request or, edict from the town to the state or anything like that, it was more soft conversations and influence with reasoned arguments. I would say that we all know that the state program is deficient in many ways. It's a stopgap, designed probably in a way that does not benefit Brattleboro necessarily or homeless people necessarily, because I think the biggest concern that I have, and a lot of my neighbors have, is people living in the woods in our community, or the people who are currently housed in our community who are at risk of homelessness. And here I'm thinking of two of my senior friends who are unable to work and on fixed incomes and can't afford any rents in the Brattleboro area, but have lived here a lot of their lives and don't have ties to anywhere else. What will they do when they become homeless? One of them had to call Groundworks and say, my landlord is evicting me and I can't find any apartment I can afford and I don't qualify for any programs. What do I do? And they just said, sell all your things and prepare to be homeless. And this is to someone in their late 70s with health issues. That's just not acceptable. And it's not acceptable for me that I know that an amputee is living in the woods during winter and thunderstorms. And it's not okay for me that I know of in the last 2.5 months or so, 3 different babies and toddlers living in the woods. It's not okay for me to get an email from a group I'm part of saying, does anyone have a backyard where a family of 4 with young children can pitch a tent? Because we don't have anywhere they can go, and the children are in school in this community. So when we talk about, maybe our soft power from Brattleboro can be maybe finding a group from Brattleboro to get more involved in the soft power that you guys talked about, to say, before we take anybody else, we want to house people who are already here in our community with connections to our community who don't have anywhere else to go. Again, thinking of our friends in mind who are about to become homeless or likely to become homeless the next year or two, we don't want them to have to go to Burlington because they belong here. Their doctors are here, their neighbors are here, the person who can walk their dog when they're sick is here. And so maybe we can use that soft power that resulted in this kind of lowering of a cap to also say, like, maybe there's other changes we as a town want to put that pressure on in Brattleboro or lobby the state on behalf of Brattleboro for that is first taking care of our own.
Thank you, Marta. Thank you, everyone. Are you raising your hand to speak? Your daughter? No. Okay. 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 I'm going to bring it back to the board. So, having heard from the public, having gotten some clarification, there is a question or an open moment now for if the board wishes to propose any change to the program at this time, or if somebody had a final comment to make on the issue, that would also be welcome.
I mean, I could make a motion, and that motion would be just to kind of accept how we've been doing it and keep doing it that way.
Okay, I think that's acceptable as a motion. Okay.
I mean, I guess more of a formally, like, I would, so we're not really working with a formal policy here.
We're not.
So do we actually?
We don't need to take any action today.
All right.
So,
then I'll motion to take no action.
I can't accept that motion. I'd like to make a brief comment, because I didn't last time. I think that it's obvious to me that if someone's already in Brattleboro and they're in the woods, they would be better off. Everyone would be better off, especially that person, but all of us, if that person could get a voucher. They will have a better time health-wise. They will be safer. They will, they'll be able to take a shower and go to a job interview. So I'm confident of that. And if we could take a vote or establish a policy that says every person in Brattleboro gets a voucher, I would do that. I think whatever your positions on the motel program or public safety or anything else, it's better for those people to have a room. The place where I get hung up is that that's not exactly the option we have. The way, right now, the state program is under funded in terms of hotel rooms. They are at capacity. So all over the state, people are picking up the phone, calling 211, saying, I need a room, and they're being told there's no capacity. If we were to increase the capacity in Brattleboro, what's going to happen is all over the state, people semi-randomly are going to pick up the phone, call 211, and they're going to hear, okay, well, we have a voucher for you. We can hold it till 6 p.m. It's in Brattleboro. Many people from further away won't be able to get here and decline. Most of the people, I think, will be from the county or a neighboring county. But we were given a number, a very ballpark estimate by Libby Bennett from Groundworks, that maybe about 20 people in the community who are unsheltered who would qualify for the motel program. I'm sure that's a back of the envelope number for her, and I'm not holding her to it. But if we opened up 20 more rooms in Brattleboro, how many of those would go to those 20 people? I'm really not sure. And I really do, despite the human element here, which is incredibly important, there is this other layer of fairness and sustainability statewide. We have 8% of the rooms, that's of participating towns. There are, I don't know, 70 towns in Brattleboro, in Vermont? Many.
Participating towns.
No, there are something like a dozen participating towns.
Right, okay.
So there are many towns that simply decline to host the program, or their motels or their hotels are too fancy, and they don't want to, it doesn't benefit them to give rooms at $80 a night. So the program is not there. So I do think it's our responsibility to be aware of that second level of the issue also. So that is the reason why, for example, I would not vote to fill 377 rooms in Brattleboro. I think we are in the right ballpark. 8%, 10% of participation feels about equitable to me, which means there's wiggle room, but that's where I fall on this issue right now. So if there are other board members with comments or motions, I will pass to them. Nell?
In my preparation for the last meeting we spoke about this on, I went to a great amount of effort to some extent follow the logic that Oscar has iterated here. Essentially, if the state was maxed out on its room caps, which it was not, what the will was in existing motels here, and what the eligible need of people who are actively unsheltered in Brattleboro was. I also met with Sue Graff to be able to better understand the intake program, and what she was able to tell me was that in terms of when you call in to try to get a room, it's are you eligible? Where are you? Where do you want to be? And where can you get to? Insofar as Oscar talking about who could get more rooms, absolutely trying to expand the program in accordance with an assessed and existing need in Brattleboro does not guarantee those people will get the rooms. We need additional support on the ground to help those people be making the calls and getting into the rooms. I reached out to Libby Bennett, and that was where I got the number of 20 people who were actively unsheltered and eligible in Brattleboro. That number came from the caseworkers, and it only accounts for people in Brattleboro, not in surrounding towns. We were told by Sue Graff that there's approximately 36 households who are out of district but nearby, i.e. Bennington or Bellows Falls, who would have preferred to be in Brattleboro should the rooms be available. Why they prefer to be here is speculative, whether they were here before or whether perhaps there are services here that they don't have there. I saw my neighbor, who had been in Brattleboro for 13 years, go to Bennington after becoming homeless because that's where he could get a room. Given the deficits of the program, what I feel is a responsible move and what I feel I, as an individual, can justify would be a motion to direct that town communication with the state share that the will of the town is for the motel vouchers to reflect the assessed number of eligible unsheltered individuals in Brattleboro, the present need being assessed at an additional 20 households to the current approximation of 117 households sheltered in Brattleboro.
Thank you. If you wanted to make a motion, that would be appropriate, but
I move to make a motion to direct the town, that in town communications with the state, to express that the will of the town is for the motel vouchers to reflect the assessed number of eligible unsheltered individuals in Brattleboro, the present need being assessed at an additional 20 households to the current approximation of 117 households sheltered in motels in Brattleboro.
okay, thank you. Nell has made a motion, which I can't repeat at this moment.
I'd like to speak to the motion.
Yes, we will debate the motion, certainly. So to expand, to communicate with the state, can you read it one more time? I
Yeah.
apologize.
To direct town communications with the state, to communicate that the will of the town is for the motel vouchers to reflect the assessed number of eligible unsheltered individuals in Brattleboro, the present need being assessed as an additional 20 households to the current 117 households that are sheltered within motels in Brattleboro. And I phrased it that way because this is a fluctuating number. This is something that requires input from coordinated entry organizations in town. And it shouldn't be something that's held as static. And I do think that speaking with John in preparation for our last meeting on the 21st, I asked, if he spoke with Miranda Gray at regular intervals, and he said sometimes. So I think that it is important that it be a continued conversation, and with the understanding that we don't necessarily have the authority to direct the state. But what we've heard from John and what we've heard from John Kennedy suggests that there is some heed being given to our will. And I think, as everybody has shared here, we're looking to, regardless of how long they've been here, regardless of where they came from, if somebody's on the streets in Brattleboro now, this is one part of the solution. And we want to assess that need and hope to care for that population before we can expand our capacity for something that is more statewide.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I may ask to borrow your laptop at the end to read it, but board discussion.
Do you need a second for that?
No, we don't need a second because we are using Robert's rules for small boards, which does not require a
Okay.
second. Amanda, did you have a comment?
A brief comment, because I'm looking at the clock, and though I'm not the chair, I'm mindful of that. When I hear words like not necessarily assess need, hope to, which was part of your narrative, Nell, there's a flashpoint here, which is this is not our program. This is a state program. We have no jurisdiction within the formation of or the scope of care in a state program. I agree with Elizabeth, we are a caring community. I see it all the time. I see it in this room. And our care in our community can't affect the guidelines of a state program. It's not in our jurisdiction, pure and simple. So I'm not going to vote for this motion because it's not in our purview of what we can do as a municipality. If the state program changed, yes. If the state program provided more support for people in hotels, yes. If the state program paid us to help support people, provide transportation, get them to the hospital, get them into treatment, help them find care, yes. But they do not, the way it's structured. So I feel very strongly that we have no jurisdiction and we should stay with what we're doing right now, which is to do what we can with what we have until there's something better.
Thank you. Other comments?
Yeah.
Peter?
So, I've been taking some notes here as we've been going on, and I tend to, though I like the energy where the motion came from, there's just way too much vagueness in it for me that would kind of make it a little bit more cogent for an actual formal motion. So I wouldn't support that motion as read. Some of the things that sort of have come up tonight are, with the caseworkers that have talked to the homeless people that they've identified as 20. I'm sure that number can be larger. I'm sure it could be smaller, Are these people that would actually accept the hotel room if offered? We don't know. Again, there's no boundaries on a lot of these conversations. And I get it. It's like a super hard topic. And it's a sad topic that we are faced with every single day. But, as a compassionate community, we want to find ways to help. As Amanda pointed out, though, this is a state program. This is not a Brattleboro program. This is nothing we truly have some say over what happens. It just sounds like I feel the other 12 communities that are in this program have spoke out to a point where the state is starting to listen and react to some of the stress that has been put on communities like Brattleboro. Compassion without boundaries can create unintended harm, and I think that's sort of what we're seeing here. And so I don't know how to put boundaries on this. I think if we put boundaries on it, I feel like that would create, again, some unintended harm, and I don't want to create unintended harm. But Mel threw out the number of 117. What is that the current number that we're dealing with now when we talk about that 8 to 9%?
I thought it was lower.
I don't know. I'm just going off of what Nell said, so I'm just assuming that.
Yeah.
The last number I had was 117.
Okay.
Yep.
So okay.
But it changes all the time.
Of course.
so,
It's a very fluid number, and then just sort of tacking 20 onto a fluid number is, keeps it very fluid. It just fills the glass faster, right? So, I don't. My point is, I don't feel like we need a policy. I feel like we just need better communication. And somebody had also said that there were social workers from Groundworks going out and helping people. And that's sort of that sort of unintended harm, right? If we've got 117 people, if the motion passed, 137 people, and 2 social workers going around trying to find those people that are housed or need to be housed versus the people who are unhoused, that feels unfair to me. It's not a good situation to be in, and
The funding to go out to the motels, that was a past situation, it no longer exists.
Yeah, no, but it is something that can rear up again, right? And anyway, I'm sorry. Now I've lost my train of thought.
Sorry.
Yeah. So I don't know. We need to have some boundaries. I don't know how we get boundaries on something that's just sort of being fed to us on a state level. So I'm not going to support the motion just because it's too vague, even though I appreciate something, and I think we just need to move on with our night.
Could I briefly respond?
Yes.
I know I talk a lot, and that can be vague. The wording of the motion is less vague. I pulled 117 from the email that we got from John today. 20 was given to me with the understanding of people that are actively trespassed from motels. Those people were not included in that number. People that are known to want to live rough. Those people were not included in that number. This is my attempt at, like you said, boundaries to the care. If people would be more comfortable with it, to see that last sentence removed, to see the 20, like the hard number of an additional 20 to the existing 117, I would be amenable to that. When we're talking about how we don't really have a policy, and it's mostly, you said what we need is better communication, I think that this could support better communication. It's mostly just a message that I think we've heard reverberated tonight, that we want this program to be in correlation, to be a response to the existing need here of people that it could actually help in terms of who actually can get a room. So that's my intent with this motion, and I'm so open to friendly amendments.
Okay, I'd like to take comments from Isaac and me, and then a vote, and then move on to other business, because we've now fallen pleasantly far behind. I am comfortable with as an experiment and as a gesture and as seeing what the outcome is. I am comfortable with telling the state we would be okay with 20 more rooms available than we have right now. That would give us an opportunity to say, okay, those rooms were filled. Who did they go to? Did it achieve our goals? Did it? I don't think that the difference between 117 households or 100, which I've seen in other reports, or the 80s, which was on the DCF website the last time I looked, or 137 is a dam-breaking crisis moment. But I think that the first half of this motion is open-ended in a way that I think would be hard to operationalize. So I would suggest a simpler version of just to move to communicate to the state that we would be willing to see 20 more placements in Brattleboro than currently. Yes.
Can we just stick a hard number on it?
Well, it's not clear to me. This
Well,
is all
no,
very
so I mean, well,
soft
so this
conversation.
whole motion, right, it's sort of, if you will, it's a little fight in futility, right? Because they can say, yeah, that's adorable, here's 500 more people.
Sure.
Not that they would do that,
And they
right?
could do that.
Yeah, and they
Either way.
they could do that, right? I think, again, I believe that they're acquiescing to work with us because the pressure has been put on by all the communities that have kind of weighed in.
I agree.
And seeing the problematic behavior. If we could just help people who are from surrounding communities in our town, we would be solving so many more problems as opposed to creating problems, right? I feel that in my heart. If we could just kind of, if you will, just sort of, take care of family first, and then, deploy airplane rules. You don't help anybody out until the mask is on your face.
Sure.
We would do that. But I think I could wrap my arms around a motion that said we would accept up to 100, just using the math, 137 rooms. But we need to understand that we can tell John that, and then the state can say, that's great, but, we have 8 people more than that. We need you to take them.
I think, yes. Amanda, and then I want to give Isaac his turn. But please.
Chair, may I make a move to table this discussion in the middle of an active motion?
You can.
Because we are using a tremendous amount of time for our meeting. We haven't even gotten to the end of the previous meeting, and we have a number of items on our general. So I don't want to be rude to Isaac, but we can't discuss this anymore because we have people waiting to discuss another issue before we discuss our other issues.
Yes, you can move to table. My only counterpoint, and I think that's actually not debatable. I have my book, but I'm not going to look. You can move to table. We may have been minutes away from a resolution.
I can withdraw it. I'm
Okay.
just, we
Yes.
need to get through this.
I would like to let Isaac
efficiently.
comment and then vote, and then we can move on. Isaac, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I think we need to make policy based on the needs of people of Brattleboro, and I support this motion that Nell made. The municipality is already giving input to the state on the motel voucher program in Brattleboro, and so basing it on identified need makes sense to me.
It's okay
May
for
I make just a point on this too?
Please.
Even though I asked to, and that, so I withdraw my request to table it. This program is not set up for municipalities to talk to it. The state program is not, they didn't make the state program so that we could talk to them. We talked to them because we were drowning with the situation. And so I just want to remember that. And like, if I'm wrong, John, am I wrong that the
No.
stay program is not set up for municipalities to say, help, help? But we did because our town manager and our citizens and our businesses and our property owners who pay property taxes were like, help. But the state isn't made, the state program doesn't have our say in its thing. So we can talk about what we may say to the state, but that's not germane to the program.
I think the only counterpoint I'd make to that is that it's clear that on some level, what the town communicates to the state does affect its decisions. So I don't think anyone has an illusion that we are in control here. But I think it's a reasonable experiment. I think, I think from a procedural standpoint, Nell, would you accept a friendly amendment to, I move to convey to the state that the will of the town is for, is
137.
137 households to be sheltered in motels in Brattleboro? You don't have to.
No, sorry, I got distracted.
Yes.
I might suggest in accordance with the assessed eligible need at the end of that, but not if it makes it too complicated.
I feel like it might make it
I'll let
slightly
it
too
go.
complicated.
I mean, it makes it less complicated for me to have that in there. Peter, does that work for you?
I'm dangerously close to motioning to table, because this is starting to go down another
Then
conversation rabbit
Let's
hole.
just vote.
I think we're
Get it
very
over
close
with.
here.
Yeah.
So Nell, are you content with the motion as friendly amended? I move to convey to the state that the will of the town is for the motel vouchers to, is for the motel voucher capacity to be 137 households sheltered in motels in Brattleboro.
I'm comfortable with that.
Okay, we're gonna, yes.
I just want to make sure, so that's without regard to where the people are coming from. Is that
My
your
understanding-
intent? Yeah.
It would be great to give first preference to people from Brattleboro. I don't think anyone would disagree. My understanding is that we don't have a ton of, but if you can convey that,
I can convey it. I don't think it will be.
Yeah.
I don't think illegally they can do that. So,
I think this is just gonna, I don't think this is a no-win situation for us.
Yeah.
We're putting forth policy that we can't enforce. And that puts our town manager in the crosshairs. I'm not a fan.
Okay,
So, I mean, is
I
it too
agree
late?
with Peter.
Great. Let's move to a vote. That will be an excellent tool to resolve this disagreement. Nell has moved as amended, with the number being 137 households. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Nay. Motion carries 3-2. Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay.
Take a half an hour break.
You mean our regular 2-hour break?
Yes, our
10-minute
normal
break.
2-hour.
Yes, let's take a 5-minute break and we'll come back for our second item of unfinished business. We are moving on to item B, town meeting requested EMS study. John, would you like to characterize, or do you want to invite the
Yeah, I'd
chief?
like to invite the chief and the assistant chief up. They had thoughts on this request.
Welcome, both of you.
Thank you. So you all received the memo, which is also in the backup materials. Like every time, I kind of summarized the menu with the memo with the key points. And my whole goal here is just to provide you with the information. In our eyes, this isn't a simple, do we do a study, do we not do a study? There's a lot of impacts that come along with this, and we feel it's our responsibility just to make sure you're aware of all those impacts before you move forward. So during the town meeting, a motion was made and passed to conduct a study of EMS transport provided by the Brattleboro Fire Department. This was proposed not only as to validate information, but also as a decision point to return to Rescue Inc. Therefore, I've included information about the feasibility of EMS study and information validating our current system, which has been operating for 20 months. So the first thing I want to talk about is the AP Triton study, which was conducted in 2022 to 2023. This is a 117-page document that fully went through Brattleboro Fire Department, Rescue Inc., what information they could gather from them to kind of provide information and background for the board to make a decision, which is how we landed where we are today. So when the study was conducted, 52 to 53% of the calls that were done by Brattleboro Fire Department were EMS and orientation. Currently, as of FY25, we run 69% of our calls are based in EMS. AP Triton's comparative analysis showed that BFD outperformed contracted providers in response time. So during that time, Brattleboro Fire's 90th percentile EMS response time was 6 minutes and 13 seconds. Rescue Inc.'s was 8 minutes and 34 seconds. Golden Cross was 11 minutes and 3 seconds. Currently, our performance shows a response time of 3 minutes and 55 seconds. So that's a significant reduction in time. And to put that into context, you know, every minute that passes that your brain doesn't have oxygen, you lose 10% of a chance to survive that incident. So if I go 10 minutes without providing you any kind of medical care, you have 0 chance of recovery. So that's why time becomes so important. A community survey was conducted, and it showed that residents expect a 4 to 6 minute response time. Brattleboro Fire falls well within that response time. Firefighters and paramedics are assigned to EMS, strengthen our effective response force. And what that means is, you know, they are dual fitted to do multiple tasks. They can provide response to a hazmat incident, to a rope rescue, to a swift water rescue, to fight your structure fire, or to jump in the back of an ambulance and provide you medical care. And where that further matters to the residents of Brattleboro is we effectively change our staffing depending on the call type. So if I have a medical incident, I'm going to send 2 people. If I have a structure fire, I'm going to send 8 people. When this study was conducted, we were sending 6 people. And that becomes even more significant as I talk through this. Fire-based EMS offers flexibility that external staffing cannot. So that's part of what I just talked about, where we have the flexibility of I need you on the ambulance right now, or I need you inside fighting this fire or pulling this victim from this fire. So it offers that flexibility that an outside provider can't offer us. Community feedback showed a strong satisfaction with fire department provided EMS and a clear preference for local based responders. Again, this came out of that AP Triton report. That's all available online, so if you have not seen that AP Triton report, it's got all this context in it. And I referenced page numbers in the memo so you can look at the information. So one of the things that drove this study was transparency of information. So fire-based EMS, BFD, offers flexibility, I'm sorry, I skipped my lines here, offers a greater transparency and accountability. So when a question is asked, we answer that question. And I know at one point a community member had stood up and said, I've been asking for the EMS cost analysis, and that wasn't provided. However, I provided evidence that it was provided in July of 2025. So we have been answering those questions, and we continue to answer any questions that come our way. The study found that BFD can provide EMS transport at a lower long-term cost. Again, that's all based on that AP Triton report. So when they looked at how much reimbursement we would get, they put a number, an estimated number of $935,626 annually. As of today, taking out the $65,411 in receivables. So again, a receivable is an amount based on that 38% recovery that we normally get, that we have not received yet based on our billing. Cash in hand, what we have in OpenGov, is $1,068,658, and we still have 3 months left of reimbursement to bring in continued reimbursements. And on average, the months vary, but we're averaging anywhere from $100,000 to $170,000 per month. So with that projection in place, we're easily reaching that 1.3 million by the close of the fiscal year. So what that says is, when this study was done and when the board made this decision, they were looking at a reimbursement of $935,000. We're giving you a $1.3 million reimbursement, significantly higher than what was estimated. So Triton's benchmarks, when they talk about staffing, are based on NFPA 1710 and 1720, which recognizes EMS as an integral responsibility of career fire departments and emphasizes adequate staffing to safely manage high-risk incidents. So, where that goes is, it's our responsibility. It is your responsibility that this town has EMS. And whether that's provided through Brattleboro Fire Department or provided through a third-party service, either way, we have a responsibility to provide that service to the town. And you're getting that through an agency that you control that's not an outside contractor. Further, as I talked about in open town meeting, NFPA 1710 and 1720 also recommends 12 to 16 firefighters on the scene of a structure fire within 8 minutes. We currently, as of today, still do not achieve that, even with mutual aid, because of the distance they have to come. And, when we talk about NFPA, there's, in the fire world, there's a lot of people out there who are like, oh, this is just government officials or an agency just making up things to drive up the cost of providing fire department coverage. But I want to share a story with you, and there's lots of them out there, but this one I'm very intimately familiar with. So on March 7th, 2002, in the town of Pompey, which borders Manlius Fire Department, a Manlius career firefighter, 2 of them, fell through the floor of a residence. They were fighting a fire and they fell through the floor. One of the firefighters reached up a hand, and a chief on the outside grabbed his hand to pull him up and didn't have the strength to do it. And this was not a small gentleman. This gentleman was very large, stood about 6'6", probably 260 pounds. Could not pull that firefighter up, lost his grip, and the firefighter died. So an average person, average male firefighter weighs about 200 pounds. Add all that structural firefighting gear, that's 275 pounds. That's why it's so important to have that 12 to 16 people on that scene within that 8 minutes. Further statistics show that most firefighters go down on an incident within that first 20 minutes of the incident. So it is important that we have a rapid intervention team there to pull those firefighters out. Our staffing does not equal that as of today. So if one of our firefighters go down and we've only got 4 people on scene, we only got 8 people on scene, we may not have enough people to effect a rescue. And who's responsible for that at the end of the day? So our EMS demand has been consistently increasing. When you look at how the EMS demand has increased over the last several years, it's been jumping by 10 to 20% every single year. So, what we based the study on in 2022, that call volume, last year we ran 4,700 calls. That's a significant increase from previous years. Further, when we talk about, analyzing the current EMS system, we have been in operation for 20 months. It takes 3 to 5 years for any system to stabilize. So the data that you're going to collect with an EMS study is going to be very reflective of the data that you already collected. We have not had enough time providing this service to really create a stabilized entity to look at and to study. We still remain within our expected startup curve. We're exceeding the reimbursements that we had set, and we're surpassing all national standards. The select board made this decision, as I alluded to before, based on a 117-page thorough study that was already conducted, and an 8 to 10-page memo that was presented to the select board with all this information containing in it, with 3 different options. Brattleboro Fire could provide EMS, we could contract with another service to get EMS, or we could do a hybrid model where Brattleboro Fire provided some of the transportation with another fire department or another agency providing some more of the transportation. After reviewing all these documents, the board made a decision that this was the best model to serve Brattleboro, which is what we're using today. This is just like a paragraph. There's a lot to it, so I'm just going to read it as it comes in here. So commissioning another study at this stage would duplicate prior independent findings, creating an unnecessary expense, and divert limited resources from higher priority needs. No funding is allocated for this purpose in FY27, and we are running, as we've talked about multiple times, a lean budget. If I had $50,000 extra in my budget, I'd fix the elevator that would make our second floor handicap accessible, which it is not right now. And that's very important. As you know, we couldn't hold the select board retreat there because it's got to be accessible to the public. So that's a limiting factor, and we don't have $50,000 to put towards that. There's additional staff impacts that go beyond even what I can give you, but by an approximation, we're going to spend about 160 hours of staff time just in the fire department alone, answering questions that this survey will generate. So we'll have to sit with them and go over information and provide them all the documents they need. That'll equate to about $12,000. Beyond that, things I can't attest to, how much of the town manager's time would that take up, how much human resources, how much from the treasurer's office. There'd be multiple other entities that would have to be involved in this study. Along with that, if they go to Golden Cross and they want a further breakdown than what they're contracted to provide, there may be an additional expense with that as well that we have to pay for depending on the information this study is looking for. So just some costs to be aware of. So we've recently presented all our data. We've put it on the website. We continue to provide answers for questions that were asked. Since I've been in this position, I can't count the number of times where I've heard general public comment or comment on the street or Facebook posts that say, we should just go back to Rescue Inc. You know who else sees that? Everybody. And if, some of the things that we feel up here is, why is your overtime budget so high? Why can't you fill these vacancies? If you have a perfectly stable job in another fire department, would you leave that stable job to go to Brattleboro where they're constantly saying, you know what, we should get rid of EMS. I don't think this is good for the town. What does that equate to me looking from the outside? That equates to a loss of position. So I'm not going to give up my stable job to go work at Brattleboro Fire Department. I'm going to stay where I'm at. Even if the culture there is the best fire department culture ever, the equipment's the best equipment ever, they fight more fires than anybody else, they go to more EMS calls than anybody else, it's a great place to work. I need stability to take care of my family, and I'm going to go to the job that provides that stability. So this constant drive to go back to Rescue Inc., and I'm only using that because that's the term that's being used, contributes to organizational fatigue and morale challenges which we face every day. We're continuing to ask our staff to reprove our system that the numbers have shown is working and working efficiently. We spent $275,970 in vacancy overtime. That's 52% of our overtime budget has gone just to those vacancy overtimes. That would not exist if those vacancies were filled. And people see these discussions that we have. So when you ask a firefighter, do I actually feel supported? Actions speak louder than words. We can say all day long, no, we support the fire department, but do we? Do we really support the fire department and the services that they're providing? So like I said, we've provided the numbers. I'm going to go over some of those numbers because I know there were some questions about that as well. These have been confirmed by the fire department, the finance department. Bonnie has spoke to these numbers, and when the audit's completed, you'll have further confirmation in these numbers. So total billed for FY25 was $3,182,337. We based on our recovery, Bonnie did an assessment on how much we were receiving back. She brought that in at 41%, so we were actually receiving a higher percentage than what we thought we would. That put our anticipated number at $1,301,571, and that's where that $1.3 million that everybody talks about keeps coming from. So at the end of the fiscal year, because there were still outstanding bills that had not been paid yet, there is an assumption, also called a receivable, of $399,052 that was still hanging out there. And I'll express this again, when we talk about that number, some of that is I pay $20 a month and I'm gonna pay for the next 2 years. So I have no way to tell you when every single bill in 2025 will be accounted for. But that money consistently trickles in month by month as time goes by. So an actual cash in hand, so we take out those receivables, was $902,519. Again, this is why we put that $250,000 of startup money in FY25, because we knew there would be bills that would not be paid in 2025, that were billed in 2025, but we collect on in later years. So that's why that seed money was put in there. Collections, we don't even start collections until after 1 year. So that puts it automatically, so for FY25, that automatically puts some of those bills into FY27 once they go up for collections. We do have the aging report, which Bonnie had sent out. So that just says, basically it gives a breakdown of we've billed the $3,182,337. We've received of that $902,519.42. And as I said, cash in hand this fiscal year for FY26 is currently at $1,068,658,000. When we looked at the cost of providing EMS, the breakdown, we did do the breakdown of the cost of providing EMS. We included staffing with all expenditures due to staffing, so that includes overtime, all the tax credits, the health insurance, the retirement, all those came from human resources. That's where that number came from. Equipment maintenance specific to EMS, fuel, medical supplies, medical oversight, which is our doctor, vehicle maintenance, EMS billing, ambulance replacement, heart monitor replacement, and that total cost was $784,112, which left us with a net cash in hand of $118,406. So we actually had a surplus based on that. We conducted an RFP in 2023, and currently, if we were looking at, based on the 2 RFP responses that came back in, neither guaranteed the level of services being provided by Brattleboro Fire Department in transporting EMS. Rescue Inc. in FY27, you would pay $501,000, but you would share those resources with 14 other towns. So where your BFD resources are dedicated to the town of Brattleboro, Rescue Inc. provides coverage to 14 other towns as well as they would provide to Brattleboro. AMR said they would provide 1 paramedic staffed ambulance, so we provide 3, they'd provide 1. The cost this next fiscal year would be $1,795,456 for FY27. So significantly more expensive than what you're getting now. When they did the study and they did their their startup cost. They looked at the EMS supervisor position, firefighter positions, replacement revenue, startup consultant, mobile radios, portable radios, turnout gear, ambulances, and a contingency. That was $1,375,253 that you invested into starting this program. So that is money that you've already spent to stand this program up. Another kind of sentimental note for myself, you know, when residents in Brattleboro call 911, they immediately receive assistance from fire, medical, police within minutes. All of our response times are within minutes of that phone call to 911. Many communities cannot make that same claim, and they're left wondering when their help is going to arrive. I've worked with multiple dispatches in multiple different communities, and they receive call after call, like, when's the ambulance coming? Oh, they're still getting their crew together. Or the ambulance is on another call, they'll be right with you as soon as they can get there. That's not a community that I want my family to live in, and I live in Brattleboro, and I get it, my background would lead me to probably place more emphasis on police and fire response. I want to know that my family's taken care of, and then I don't have to wonder where that resource is coming from. If I didn't care about that, I'd go live in the woods somewhere and be like, well, if I have a heart attack, I'm going to die, and that's just a choice I make. It's important to me that my family has those services. And I can go down another road of, you know, 2 of my children have suffered medical emergencies where that ambulance didn't show up. And I happened to be out of town at the time, and I couldn't even take care of them. That was my drive to stand up a municipal ambulance service in our small town of Sherburne, my hometown that I grew up in, because I would never allow that to happen to another family. This stuff is important, and it becomes really important when it's you or your family is the one that's waiting on that resource that doesn't come. And that's why we want this service here. A couple other examples. So Syracuse Fire Department, they added ambulance. They're a city fire department. The commercial ambulance just wasn't getting there in a timely manner. They still provide service to that community, but Syracuse said this is not okay for our residents. We're going to add ambulances to this to make sure they get a response.
Chief, I hate to interrupt in any way.
Am I on time limit?
There's no time limit, but we are on a self-selected time limit as a
Okay.
board. So if there are a couple more examples you could give, that would be
Okay.
wonderful.
I think, all right. So I'll try to cut to the chase. There's a lot more to it. Okay, there's a lot based on this decision. I'm a little disappointed that we spent so much time on other topics that we're gonna condense this topic, because this is pretty important. This impacts the same way the motel program impacts our unhoused population, so does providing this medical service, because we are the people that go out there and take care of those residents. We are the people that are going to be responding to the motel program when there's an increased call volume. So, and we're also the people that, you know, have to come up with this funding to support this program when we can't fix our elevator, when we aren't fixing sidewalks, when we aren't fixing roads. So I'm a little disappointed that we're kind of starting to gauge what's really important and what's not. But I'll wrap this up. I want to talk about the resolution because there's some inconsistencies that need to be pointed out. So first off, it says, whereas the town of Brattleboro budget has grown significantly since 2017, that's true. The cost of fire apparatus since 2017 has increased by 100%. A fire truck on average cost $500,000 in 2017 and now costs $1 million. So this is it's not fair to state that, it's not realistic to state that since 2017, the budget's gone up because of EMS. It states that the fact that most EMS costs are combined with firefighting costs makes such an assessment more difficult to break out the costs, but is nevertheless possible. That is true. I've provided that information twice, and it's also posted on the website. The fact that the ambulance transport with 3 ambulances, we need to increase BFD staff to a 4th platoon personnel to cover all 3 ambulances, as well as BFD able to cover fire events. That is untrue. The 4th platoon was put into place as a drive for work-life balance because our firefighters are working 56 hours a week. With overtime, they're working an average of 65 hours a week, and nobody in this room wants to work regularly 65 hours a week and spend that time away from their family. It was not about EMS. It was about taking care of our people, and that's what's important. Again, this comes up multiple times here. We could go back to Rescue Inc. We should go back to Rescue Inc. That is not something that we can state. What we would do is we would put out an RFP. Any agency could bid on that, choose to bid on that RFP or not bid on that RFP. That would be up to the agency. Again, there's a note in here about expenses. Those have been provided. We've provided those expenses, and if there's questions on those, we'd be happy to provide more. So just in conclusion, it feels like a lot of this has to do with trust, and Select Board Chair Quip from the previous Select Board, or 2 Select Boards ago, stated that in open town meeting, that this seems to be a lot about trust. So we're providing the information, and it seems like the information isn't, they don't feel it is vetted or trustworthy. So 2 years ago, the Select Board voted to establish EMS after extensive research, and we've surpassed expectations that were in place when that decision was made. We rely on ongoing operational and financial reporting to monitor EMS performance, costs, and reimbursements. We've surpassed national standards. There was one standard we didn't meet. We already put in conditions to make sure that doesn't happen again, and we surpassed that standard as well. We'd ask that you direct staff resources towards system stabilization and improvement, including workforce retention, training, and operational efficiencies, rather than duplicate an analysis at this time. The Select Board has already selected the municipal EMS model based on a formal RFP study and public process. If a study is desired, it would be more defensible after a full 3 to 5 years of operation to give you more data to base that decision on. I'd further ask you to consider, because I don't know the answer to this, what is the true goal of this study? What are we hoping to do with it? What information are you looking for that has not already been provided to you? Give us the opportunity to provide that information. If you go forward with the RFP, the following questions need to be addressed. Where is the funding coming from? Because it's not coming from Brattleboro Fire Department budget. It is unbudgeted and we do not have the funding for it. How will the system be evaluated? Based on what parameters? What metrics will be used to define the cost of EMS? Because there's a lot of opinions out there of how we break out costs of EMS. So what metric are we going to use to do that? And if we do a study for a third-party transport service, it would be important to do an RFP at the same time so that we're comparing apples to apples. And that RFP would need to provide 3 staffed ambulances with at least 1 paramedic and 1 AEMT 24/7, meet or exceed the national standards just as BFD has, meet the response metrics that are provided by BFD at this current time. As always, we are here to answer any questions. If any information we have provided you don't understand or would like more clarification on, we are happy to provide that. We may need to come back at a later date to provide it if we don't have it immediately available.
Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
I really appreciate that presentation. Just to make a comment up front, I have no personal investment at the time or now in the rescue decision. I think 4 of us are new to the board since that decision was made. You're also come after that decision. So certainly, at least for me, none of the questions I ask are about a return to rescue, but more importantly, man, I've heard probably every comment in the community about this over the last year or two. I have never heard a comment that there was a problem with the service based on the quality of service or the level of care or any of that. I have never heard a question that was focused on anything other than the scary financial aspects of, boy, there's millions of dollars at play here. We wonder, we have questions. So I have never, I haven't heard word one about, oh, it would be better, we would get better service if we did things a different way. So I think that's important to state. The question about funding is important, and I feel like we would certainly not ask for it to come out of the fire department budget. I feel like what we heard from town meeting was essentially an ask to, use unbudgeted funds for that. We would certainly not ask that to come out of your budget. And I will say that I have heard some conflicting things from the public in terms of different visions people had of the resolution, different things people have in mind. So I'm looking forward to hearing from the public today. But first, let me go around the board and see if anyone has any questions for the chief. You do?
I have no questions. I have a comment. So I think I share with the chief the frustration of his presentation being cut short. All right, I don't feel that was fair. We just spent 2 hours passing a motion, if you include the previous minute, on something we have no control over, zero control. We can throw out an arbitrary number about hotel we can't control. What we can do, we can only hope to control. This is something that we can control. So the fact that he was cut short, I have a problem with that, all right? Given our ability to discuss everything into the earth, this was important information, and I'm sorry you were cut short.
Thank you.
So with regards to doing another study, I mean, what are we actually hoping that will show? I'll ask that question again. Where will that money come from? We just passed, I think by the skin of our teeth, a very tight budget, and we are about to take $40,000 to $50,000 out of the air and fund something else that we already have 117 pages of studies that I imagine will show that or show us in a better standing. We have an operation that is exceeding our original expectations, and I was not on the original board that made this decision to move us in this direction. When the AP Triton report was done, correct me if I'm wrong, we were still utilizing a hybrid, correct?
That's true.
Right? So, so now we are full on exceeding our expectations by what will be $400,000 if everything tracks, which was basically, I think, the previous cost of the contract that we were under when it all fell apart. So, I think that's worth mentioning. A lot of what this report showed was an undersized fire department. And I know that Chief Simons and his predecessor worked hard on filling those things. As Chief Simons pointed out, the amount of people we have on call during a fire is critical to safety and maintaining life, both residential and our first responders. So I am never going to vote to relitigate this and put it out another study. I'm never going to be okay with spending $50,000 to $40,000 on another study. So regardless of what's happening, that's how I'm entering into this conversation. I'm shut off to it. I'm tired of litigating it. I'm tired of questions being asked. I'm tired of the mistrust that some of this members of this community have towards our fire department, towards all of our first responders, and I'm about tapped out with patience on it, And when somebody is up here, who again we have control over this situation and making this good decision, we decide to cut it short. Frankly, I'm a little upset by that.
Thank you, Peter. Mel?
Briefly, I always enjoy Jay and Chuck's presentations. There's a lot of numbers, which I like. And I really appreciate the one-on-one conversations I've gotten to have with Jay as well. For me, this is more so about how does the board appropriately respond to a past request from town meeting. I don't personally have any interest in returning to rescue. I see a great value in municipalizing a service when it breaks down to a lower cost than the private market would. So that's really it. Something that was helpful information to me was something that I think John summarized for me yesterday, insofar as how this was not only a way to municipalize a service that is a necessary service and that was creating, friction in other ways, but it was I'm paraphrasing, but I think a compromise to how do we get to closer to the staffing levels we need in a way that can potentially see some revenue as well, that could be somewhat more self-supporting for the tax base. So I had some hopes that maybe bringing a finance director on could answer some of the questions that town meeting had, but that's a big question mark of when that's going to happen. And I think we may hear from the public some clarifications in terms of the hope of the resolution, and that's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Nell. Isaac?
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I really appreciate the data that the fire department has provided this evening and in past meetings. I've been satisfied with what I've seen. I do have concerns about the costs of taking on additional studies. That said, that we are, as a select board, we're accountable to the residents of the town and the voters, and the finance committee has recommended some analysis of this data. The town meeting passed this resolution, so I am interested in hearing from the public and hearing how people in the public would envision this study being, where the funds for it would come from, if it would have a budget. Just hearing what is it, the vision for this, and kind of the nitty-gritty, the nuts and bolts of it. And in terms of the length of presentations, I think there's a lot that we're trying to balance here, because we want to hear from all of the staff, and we want to hear from members of the public, and we also want to be able to finish our meetings in a timely fashion. So I appreciate the chair's discretion on this, and I don't think it's personal.
Thank you, Isaac. Amanda?
Okay, thank you for the presentation. And I appreciate the quality of service that you provide and the leadership that you both provide for your team. It's clear. So I want to ask you, Chief, you had mentioned a more appropriate time to do a study. So say, okay, the Triton report was the feasibility study.
Mm-hmm.
In the timeline, what would be the most appropriate time? Because as a select board, we work on behalf of the taxpayers, and we
Mm-hmm.
want to ensure that there's an efficiently run, and we have to do that. That's our job.
Mm-hmm.
So when in the duration of the program would you see it most fitting to have a third party, financial analysis to say? And I'm just going to roll a little bit. Forecasting, I think, is essential.
Mm-hmm.
Medicaid reimbursements, our changing age demographic, our reliance on private insurance, that's totally in flux and will be different potentially in the future. Who knows, it could be the same, but we just don't know.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like as a municipality, we need to make sure that we're forecasting for future financial success. And I think that's part of the reason people get anxious, because they don't know what's in the future.
Mm-hmm.
So, back to you.
Yep. So there's a lot of things in motion. So currently, I mentioned stabilizations. Right now, we're still in a stabilization period. At a minimum, you need 3 years. So within 3 years, you'll start seeing those reimbursements come in from that first year of operation. Because those should, in 2027, we should be able to capture the majority of what we're going to capture from 2025. We're also looking at ways to generate better reimbursement. So we just recently, the EMS superintendent went to a conference, found out some more data about how we can maybe increase what we're getting from insurance companies. So these are all things that we're working on. We're looking at, putting out CPR programs to do more CPR in the community. So there's things that are building and growing right now, which is where I want to see our staff time dedicated to. That's what I want us to be working on, is how do we improve the system, grow the system, improve the reimbursements that are owed to us. And I'll just throw it out there. So and this is not meant against any other department, but other than your tax dollars, this EMS reimbursement is the highest amount of revenue coming into the town, other than taxes.
Thank you for answering that question. At this time, if, would it be fruitful to request that staff look for an RFP for a study to be for the future, right? Say at that 3-year, 4-year mark, we work as a select board to, I get to be here for 3 years, to budget for that cost, but also continually ask the public, do you really want it? Is it really worth it? Do you think it would be fruitful to put an RFP out there, get some numbers, bring it back to the board and say, oh, well, that's too expensive, or we can't afford it now, or, okay, how about we plan for in X year? So it's 2026, so 2029 or 2028.
So it's a way. I think it would take, to put together a good RFP, I would say it would take probably myself and the assistant chief a day to really put the context of what an RFP would look like together, and then put that out and see if we could get who would bid on it, and you would have a number, a factual number. So rather than a range, we could give you some, yep, this is what it's going to cost you. I think to help that along, I need to know what we're looking for. Like what am I writing an RFP to say? What's the end goal of this RFP? What information do you want? What information do you want looked at? What do you want compared to? So I would need some background to know how to effectively write it so it gets that check mark we're looking for.
Got it. Great. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, I'd like to hear from the public now.
I actually have a question.
Yes, please.
So, again, full disclosure, I'm going at this thing to avoid a study of any kind, unless things are going horribly wrong. Is there a reason after 2 or 3 years, if our trajectory stays the same, if the thing is doing exactly what we say it's going to do, is this, if it ain't broke, don't fix it? Or is it, if it's broken, we should take a look at it? 100% agree.
Again, it comes back to that, why are you doing the study? So we're providing you the cost, we're providing you the cash in hand. What is it that you need that's not being provided that you want from the study? That's the question I can't answer. I don't know.
Right.
We've provided the data that it appears like we're looking for. So I'm not sure what else we're looking for.
Great, thank you. Okay, members of the public who'd like to comment. Judy.
Let's see if I can get it down to my level. I'm vertically challenged. Yes, I'm Judy Davidson, and I presented this resolution at the town meeting because of the recommendation by the RTM Finance Committee to decipher and separate out what are the true costs of the EMS, and to separate out the firefighting costs from the EMS. Because we all know that we have spent a lot on the EMS because of the fact that the firemen have worked so hard and done so much overtime. There's been some difficulty in really finding firefighters and retaining them to do both roles, and there have been all the challenges with all the billing. Nobody in town has ever said anything negative about the medical care that you provide through EMS. We are simply, as citizens, thinking about the cost. And because you are already putting aside $165,000 away every year towards ambulances, and we will soon need to replace some of those, it's important to take a look at this now. And we think that we need an independent person to do this because many people in the town, including our town manager, are not particularly neutral on this issue because they have been invested in this. So we need an independent person to do this. And some of the people on the RTM Finance Committee have talked about the fact that they could do an initial assessment of what the true cost is, and taking a look at all the different issues that should be included, both in the revenues and in the costs. So I think that there could be a way of utilizing the RTM Finance Committee that really came up with this recommendation to take a look at what we're looking at, which is what is the true cost, and separating out that from the firefighting. But none of this is about the quality of care that people feel they're getting from EMS. And it doesn't have anything to do with our appreciation for the way you firefighters put your life on the line to protect us. So you should know that the people in town may be concerned about the cost, but not at all about what you offer in terms of firefighting and in terms of the medical care you provide. So I hope you really hear that this is not about you personally. It's not about the quality of care. It's just about trying to decide what is the true cost so that we can understand that as citizens. Because we spent a lot. We spent $1 million of our ARPA funds to buy ambulances. And there are a lot of people that's a lot of money that we could have spent on the pool. So there's a lot of concern about the amount of money we have already spent and wanting to decide now before we spend more what is the true cost. So that's really what it's all about. And I'm the one who put in that sentence about rescue, and that's left from the last process we had. And I apologize for that because the Finance Committee did not mention rescue at all in their recommendation. So I apologize to you because it certainly caused a stir with you, which was not intended, because this is about finances. You could not possibly go back to rescue unless you had all the financial data. So this is not about rescue, and I apologize for bringing that into the conversation. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Judy. John?
I just didn't really appreciate the comment about the town manager. I feel I implement the policy of the select board, and their policy is to have this service, and so I take issue with that. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Other comments? Yes,
I
Chief.
just want to respond to that comment. So the replacement cost EMS is built into the EMS cost that I provided. So that is part of that projection.
Thank you. Other comments? Bob, and then Kate, and then Arthur, and then Millicent.
So Bob Ozer, Brattleboro. This goes back into the recent past, and I'm torn because I don't want to bring up the past, yet it's also those who don't learn from the past then live with the effects of that. And so we need to address the past in order to move forward. So in 2023 at least, I think that's the date of this letter, September 2023. I was not a proponent of moving from rescue to Brattleboro Fire. So apparently my name was out there. So I go to the mailbox and I get a letter, and it's anonymous. It has no return address. And it's postmarked in White River Junction, so I can't say anything more about the letter. But it's someone who was not satisfied with the way the process was going. And I'm not going to read the letter because I don't have the time. But the bottom line is, as a former employee of the Brattleboro Fire Department, I know all of these things to be true. And so there was a dissatisfaction within the department. So around that time, I inquired to the town and said, you know, because of the churn, the turnover of staff, can you tell us what the exit interviews are looking like? And I got an answer which said, no, we really can't because that might identify who those people are. So we can't do that. So these are not financial considerations so much, but you know, maybe emotional. In July of 2025, I know that the town reached out to rescue and said that we're currently relying on mutual aid that's a distance from Brattleboro, and that might cause a delay in ambulance arrival time. So we're reaching out to see if we can do mutual aid. And rescue then responded and said, no, we can't consider that at this point, and cited an incident that occurred, I believe, in 2022, that to their mind had not yet been resolved. So my intent in agreeing with the resolution is that we need to look at the past We need to have some rapprochement and deal with that. And my time's up.
Thank you, Bob. Kate? I'm going to take these 3 comments and come back to the board.
Hi, everybody. Kate O'Connor, Brattleboro. First of all, for me, this has absolutely nothing to do with rescue. It has nothing to do with a new AP Triton study. It has absolutely nothing to do with a service offered by the Brattleboro Fire Department. It's fabulous. I agree with Oscar. I've never heard anyone say anything otherwise. As you know, for 3 years, my consistent thing about anything we do is finances. And as you know, because I get up at every finance meeting or fire department meeting and say, where are the actuals? Where are the actuals for the revenue? I've always been confused on who's supposed to give us those actuals. Is it the fire department, which I think is kind of weird because they're firefighters. I don't know why they're doing the numbers. Is it the fire department? And where does Golden Cross, the collection or the vendor, come into this whole thing? And I know you folks may think you're giving us the numbers, but you haven't. I appreciate that on April 8th, 2026, we received actuals for FY25, but the fiscal year ends June 30th. And I know there's a couple of months lag time, but it's not acceptable that we're getting numbers on April 8th. The numbers that we're also getting for the expenditures, if you go and look what those line items are, and again, I really appreciate what you gave us, but there's nothing there for the provider tax, there's nothing there for insurance, which was, if you go and look at what we put for the cost of EMS when we had to get their certificate of need from the Green Mountain Care Board, those were items that were there. They're not here. I also question about FY25, just for 1 second, whether the staffing, does that include some of the 1.3 million that we put for the startup cost? But put that aside, that mixes everything up. We just need, and I agree with the chief when you talked about metrics, we don't have a consistent list of metrics that we're using to talk about the expenditures. And I think if you folks go back and look at 2023 and 2024, and what we're getting now, it's not a consistent metrics. That's all I'm asking for. And I want to say one quick thing. I only have 48 seconds. We know in our town that the bag revenues for the trash bags does not cover our trash service. We know that the pool entrance fees do not cover the pool. We know that the parking fees do not cover the parking, but we provide those services anyway. I just want to know as a taxpayer, how much does it cost, the true costs, and how much are we taking in? If it costs more than it takes in, I'm not saying we go and scrap the system. We just need to know, because we are in a huge financial crisis in this town, and it's better for us to know. And I really would rather know, you know what, EMS costs us way more than we take in, but we as a town think it's worth it. We all just said that about trash. So this is nothing about rescue. It's nothing negative about the services from the fire department. It's we have to have financial understanding what we're doing in this town. And this is sort of an area that I don't feel like we do, because I don't even understand what Golden Cross is doing. We heard there's an aging report. I've never seen it. We don't get OpenGov. The public doesn't see OpenGov. So that's all. Please just do some kind of financial, be consistent here.
Thanks, Kate. Arthur, did you have a comment?
Arthur Davis. I didn't come here tonight to talk on this issue, so anyway, here I am. I missed. I had left Open Town Meeting by the time this had come up. If I had been there, I would have voted against the resolution. I kind of agree that I think if we are going to do some kind of study, I think this seems to me way too early in the life of the program to do it and get actually meaningful data. And I don't know. I feel like that should be enough to say we don't really need to do it now. I think I would, Amanda, I understand where you were coming from with your comment, but I feel like that seems just to me unnecessary to do now, to make that decision right now. And I don't know. I feel like we might as well kind of see how the next couple of years play out. and do a study. We just invested a lot of money in this, and we're not going to get probably the best data, even if we did something now. So anyway, that's my take.
Thanks, Arthur. Seth?
Millicent, you should see a prompt to unmute. You should be good.
Yeah, hi, I'm sorry, I thought, okay. Yeah, Millicent Cooley, I'm on the Finance Committee, and I want to also add, we have never on the committee even discussed whether rescues should replace the current system. And personally, I've been happy with it. We had a guest who had to have ambulance service here, and it was really excellent. I think some of the examples that I think that we could get out of a study have to do with planning. I think a theme that we have been looking at on the committee is how we're preparing financially for where we're headed, and how we do that planning. So, for example, we set aside a certain amount of money every year now in our capital investment plan for future vehicles and equipment purchases. And, we've seen, in the documents, we've seen some figures from the department, what they project, and then we see those change. And one question could be, what would a third party expert recommend for what we set aside every year for these replacements, so that when we need them, we have that money. The market's changing, the cost of the vehicles are changing, interest rates, the economy's changing. We hear there have been predictions that some people will leave Medicare in some significant numbers. We don't know how much because of federal reductions in Medicare. Is that going to affect our billing rates? So I think that there's some, what I would like to see if this happens is some information that will help us make sure that as we move forward, we're, financially really aware and prepared.
Thanks, Millicent.
Actually, Millicent, if you can just hang on, I have a question as a member of the Finance Committee. Thought was given as to how to pay for such a study.
How to pay for it, it would have to come out of the budget to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Millicent. Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the... Yes, Dick, you can have the final comment, and then we're coming back.
As I should. I wasn't at Open Town Meeting. I did watch it. Luckily for me, it was raining, so it made it a lot easier to watch it. But I am somewhat bothered. I understand the chief's position on being defensive, but I'm bothered by the fact that the taxpayers of Brattleboro have a concern. And I listened to you for 20 minutes, throwing all sorts of statistics and what I would say, dong at the wall, this is why we shouldn't do it. And I've heard it on a lot of things that come before the town. And I mean, I understand that, but as Kate alluded to, there are a lot of things that we haven't got clear figures on. I'm concerned about the fact that you said by the end of 2027, I believe, we should have the collectibles about what's owed us to give us a true figure. I mean, I had a business downtown. If I had to wait 3 years for my receivables to come in, we wouldn't be in business. And so not to have that figure within, right now, 8 or 9 months is bothersome to me. And I'm concerned about staffing, that we have a difficult time in terms of reaching full staffing. I don't think we have been there since we have started EMS service. So rather than be so defensive in terms of what the motion was at OTM, I would say, if we can help you, you know, when you talked about your time and how much it's gonna cost to do this study, nobody brought up how much time the town manager put in, the assistant town manager, the finance director, and the chief's time, the assistant chief's time to put this forward. No one ever made reference to that. And so for you to make reference that it's gonna cost me X to help you with this, that is bothersome to me. It's all part of, you know, what is being asked, and this is a service that we provide. And so if this goes through, whatever way it happens, then I would hope you would say, yeah, I look forward to working whatever comes up out of this meeting tonight, rather than be defensive and say, you know, what the people at our OTM asked for, we're the taxpayers, we're paying the freight, we get to ask those questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dick. 30 seconds, Eric. Just back.
Back a little bit.
Sorry, Dick, I just had. No, really, 30 seconds, Eric Karen. Just wanted to say, I really hope that the select board is not the select board that has a recommendation from OTM, from the same people that passed the budget, from the same people that you are accountable to, and you're the select board that doesn't listen and doesn't do what they ask. That would be very sad for me, because this board has been amazing from the start. That would be a real setback, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board.
I'm so sorry. I really need to use the bathroom. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Go ahead.
I just have a couple of questions
Go ahead.
about this timeline piece, right? So if I'm following what you reported to us, Chief, the ideal time to do this study, so in May of 2027, the program will be, it'll be 2.5 years into the program.
Right.
May of 2028, it'll be 3.5 years into the program. right?
No, we're a year and a half.
Currently.
Currently, we're a year and a half. So yeah, 2027, we'd be 2.5 years. 2028, we'd be 3.5 years.
Right, for in May.
In
if-
May.
If we went from this point in time. And that it could take between 3 to 6 months to do a study, 1 whole year.
The previous study took about 3 months.
It took about 3 months, okay. And so what I'm hearing are budget concerns currently because we're not budgeted for it now. And so I just wonder, when would be the ideal time to request an RFP that would, actually, for a study that would happen in May of 2028?
You would want to do that probably in January. So you'd want an accurate number for that timeline because the numbers will change as time goes by. So even if we did an RFP this month and we said, well, we're going to do it in 2028, that number, that RFP wouldn't be valid in 2028. You'd have to do another one.
Okay, so I guess I'm hearing loud and clear that it's too early to do a study, that we wouldn't get the data that we want. We do, I think we all agree that you know, a feasibility study is different from an operational study, right? So the due diligence that I think the community is asking for, that we're requesting, would really be for a timeline in the future. So I just want to throw that out there.
Can I?
We may be premature and.
Thank you, Amanda. Yes, Peter.
I'm going to suggest we make a motion.
You.
All right, and I
Please
would like to motion to rely on the ongoing operational and financial reporting to monitor EMS performance, costs, and reimbursements.
Is that
And I'll
bullet
speak to
point
that
two?
motion.
Okay.
Yeah,
Please
that was
do.
the second, that's number 2 in our possible motions. You know, it sounds like we are drilling down and getting closer to the numbers. That's also something I'd heard that were satisfactory. I think Kate had mentioned that she was thankful for the last set of numbers. We do have budgeted a financial person that can help drill into these numbers and provide these things. If this is the only thing that's holding this up, then I say it is too soon to look at these things. And again, it doesn't appear to be broken. So I don't know why we are still going after it. So with that in mind, that would be my motion.
Okay, Peter has moved to rely on ongoing operational and financial reporting to monitor EMS performance, costs, and reimbursements. I will briefly comment that I feel a responsibility to town meeting, to their request. I don't think it's an unreasonable one. I think your points about the effect on staff and the effect on budget are legitimate. But at the end of the day, we're responsible to a community, and it's a community that lacks closure on this topic. And the town has tried to provide that closure over and over again in different ways, and there are still the questions remain. So I would hope that if we did proceed with the study, we could see it as an opportunity for extra capacity to analyze the program, essentially authorized as an off-budget expense by town meeting. And I would be really, it would seem really unfortunate to me if it was taken as in any way a negative comment about the department. That is not at all the feeling I have, truly. So I plan to vote no on Peter's motion. Other board comments?
I'm wondering if we could amend Peter's
Certainly.
motion and vote on it. Do you want to give it a try?
Me? Well, my motion would be pretty different, so.
Okay.
But if you have an amendment or a suggestion.
How about this? I'm going to throw this out as an amendment. So on Peter's motion, to rely on ongoing operational and financial reporting to monitor EMS performance, costs, and reimbursements, and to direct town staff to prepare an RFP and implementation timeline for a third-party financial analysis of municipal EMS program.
For when? And again.
I don't think it's, I don't want to create.
I would be more, I would like accept that if we put it on a timeline that didn't include this budget cycle.
Okay.
Again, we got beaten up. I'm gonna remind everybody that this was a non-binding.
Certainly.
So, you know, we, as much as we appreciate people stepping forward, it is non-binding. They did not, I literally at open town meeting asked specifically, how would we pay for it? To which I was, silence was returned to me. Silence has still been returned to me as to how we're gonna pay for this thing. Everybody up here has decried, fiscal responsibility. And right now, right out of the gate, 3 meetings later, we're gonna chuck X unknown number in there. So that's my thing. So if you wanna say, we will push this off to the next budget cycle, where we can budget for this line item, still think it's ridiculous to do that. you know, I could maybe jump on board, but to try to force it in here after everything we've just gone through to get a budget passed, I think is, you know, part of our fiscal crisis has been thrown out.
And there is, you know, these ideas may be better as separate motions. They may not work amended into a single
Okay.
motion, whatever,
Okay.
but that's up to both of you. So we have a motion on the table. Bullet point 2, I'll read it again before we vote, but any other comments by Isaac? Yes.
Yeah, so Judy Davidson, who had, I believe you were the one who had made the motion at the open town meeting. I heard in your comments just now that a suggestion that perhaps what is now called the Budget Advisory Committee could do some initial analysis. And I'm curious if that's something that, if we still have the chair of the finance.
We haven't, we're going to appoint them in somewhere between 10 and 1,000
Okay,
minutes.
so the most recent chair of the representative town meeting finance committee, I'm curious about what her thoughts are on this matter, given that she played that role in helping develop this. I'm just curious to see if there's a low-cost way that we could move towards addressing some of the concerns, having that independent analysis, conversations with town staff that doesn't require a $50,000 study.
Yes.
I mean, a study is a study. They charge what they do. We don't say, hey, listen, we're going to hire you to do it. Just, you know, we just do half the work.
I think Isaac was saying.
No, I know what he was saying, but like,
Okay.
I don't, you know, you want a third-party independent is what I'm hearing, and then you're going to appoint people from the town to do it? Was that the suggestion? Did I misunderstand that?
Well, what I had heard was that perhaps this budget advisory committee could do some initial analysis
hard pass.
regarding in relation to the motion that had been made.
Okay. I think that might work better as a separate motion, or you could make it as an amendment now, but.
I first want to hear from people who are part of the finance committee if this is something that they're even interested in doing, or if there's, you know, if that's been something that's been discussed at the finance committee.
I think we'd want to resolve the motion that's on the table first before opening that up. Other comments on Peter's motion?
I don't think that it makes sense to take action at the very least before there is an audit that's completed. And I have some maybe unreasonably aspirational hopes that there could be a finance director. You know, I don't know how long the audit is projected to take. And obviously, it could take quite a while to find the right fit for finance director. At the very least, I think we need the audit. I had some discussions with other board members leading to this, and with community members, you know, for the last meeting up until this meeting, where there was some discussion about refining the expectations from town members, which has somewhat been clarified here. So I do think that there's a level of due diligence to provide some sort of response to a town request, to a townspeople request. And I also take the department's or comments about the time that this program has been allowed to run and when it makes sense to do that. So I do not think that there should be no action, but I do not think that it has to be immediate action. I do think we need a motion that has some acknowledgement of the resolution that was passed.
Can we postpone to a determined time? to
Certainly.
revisit?
I can work on my amendment to the motion, or should we vote on Peter's motion? And
If
then-
someone wants to make a motion to postpone, that would take precedence, and we would pick another meeting, and we would resume this discussion then. I have to say, I don't think that's the worst idea in the world, in that then I can go talk to all these people and try and figure out what everyone actually wants. But,
Well, you know, I made the point, we're hiring a financial director, hopefully that'll happen. You know, Nell made the point, audit. I would say that we should postpone until that audit is complete and a financial director is hired to make that decision. Because I think we will have better information on a system that is clearly working. And we can say, and if that flushes out something, we can look at that. So I think that would, if that motion would work, I'll rescind my other one, and we can take a look at that one, and we can kick this can down the road. We can give our open town meeting people, we're not ignoring you. We're just saying we just need more data, because right now, as this whole thing is presented to me, there is no reason that this conversation has taken this long. There's no reason that this conversation should have taken place at all. That's just my opinion.
Sure.
But, you know,
Yes.
and again, you know, so we are still in 2 weeks ago meeting time here as far as agenda items go.
Don't I know it?
We still have several things to get to.
Okay, so if we want to put off this conversation for now, I think it would be appropriate to move, if you're not going to pick a meeting, I would just move to table.
I will move to table.
And then we vote on that, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Peter's moved to table. At this point, I have no idea if that allows discussion or not. I'm going to suggest we move to a vote.
Let's move to vote.
Peter has moved to table the current agenda item. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Nay. 2-3. Okay, so the motion to table is defeated, and we return to Peter's motion, which is item number 2.
I would.
Amanda, please.
May I amend?
You can, if it's very different. Yes, let's hear it.
Okay, so it starts with Peters. I move to rely on ongoing operational and financial reporting to monitor EMS performance and reimbursements, and to direct town staff to provide an RFP, an implementation timeline for a third-party financial analysis of municipal EMS program to commence in January 2028.
Okay. If we can accept that amendment by unanimous consent, or we can vote on it. I would rather come back in a couple meetings and make a decision than try and drop an RFP for something that far in the
I'm
future.
definitely going to be clear of this board before we discuss this again. So, yeah, I'm good with Amanda's motion.
You like Amanda's?
I do. 2028 kicks it down the road. You can change your mind if everything is just firing on all pistons, which I think it will be. I have great faith in our fire department and all of our first responders in this town. So I think by 2028, you'll probably decide that this is just really just not necessary. So,
Okay.
And also, to Chief Simon's thing, it'll also give you a few years of actual workable data.
Okay, great. I am going to say that I happen to know that the board does not have unanimous consent for this, so we should vote on Amanda's amendment, which is,
I don't know if you can read my writing.
I'll get it.
Is this a vote to approve the amendment?
This
or
is a
the
vote on
motion?
Amanda's amendment.
Can I just accept it?
Sure, if you like to.
I'll accept the friendly thing, and then we can just move to a vote.
Okay, any further discussion on the motion as amended?
Briefly, the reason I voted not to table the motion or the agenda item was because, Oscar, you had said that you would be in favor of moving this to a future meeting, because it would give you time to talk to people. There had been some conversation prior to the meeting being bandied about having a working group of select board members speaking to people. And
Yep.
Is there any interest in that? That informs, I think, how I'll vote.
Okay, so the concept there would be that we pick 2 people to go out, talk to the community, come up with a plan, and report back in a couple meetings, which has some appeal, because it would let us make progress outside of a meeting on something. At the moment, we have Peter's amended motion on the table, and at this point, I think we should vote on it. Yep.
I can read it.
Peter has moved as amended to rely on ongoing operational and financial reporting to monitor EMS performance costs and reimbursement and to direct town staff to prepare an RFP and implementation timeline for a third-party financial analysis of municipal, EMS program commencing January 2028?
January 1.
January 1, 2028. All in favor of the motion as amended, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Okay,
Oh, good.
motion fails. Okay.
Great. I'm looking forward to discussing this some more.
Say the vote, so.
Yes, the vote is 2-3. The motion does not carry. Okay. Well, then, I'm going to suggest that we pick 2 members of the Select Board to form a working group, go do some research and talk to the public, and come back in 2 meetings to make a report. That's my motion. And I'd accept nominations. I'm happy to do it.
I'd nominate Amanda if she has capacity.
I do not have capacity at this time. I'm sorry.
I can do it.
Thank you. Okay, so I move to establish a working group of Oscar and Nell to research the question of the EMS study and report back in 2 meetings. Any discussion of that motion?
My goal is to further clarify sentiment from those who put forward this motion at town meeting, because I feel that due diligence to the dual legislative body.
Thank you. All in favor of that motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Nay. It carries 4-1. Okay. Thank you, Chief and Assistant Chief.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Select Board members who are part of the working group.
Yes, indeed.
It's springtime on the farm. It's.
Okay. Well, we have something simple coming up,
Do we know?
which is committee appointments. The only committee appointments we're considering today are 5 applicants for the Advisory Budget Committee. Their applications are in the book. I'm happy to take any comments or questions. I guess I will say that I know all 5 people, 4 are returning members, and I support all 5 of them being appointed to the committee. And procedurally, if anyone wishes, it's proper to nominate as a slate. So, is there a motion by the board? Yes, is there a motion from a member of the board? Isaac?
Can we propose a slate and move on?
Yep.
Then I propose a slate, that we approve it, and move on.
All right, I'm going to read the names. Peter moves to appoint to the Advisory Budget Committee the following slate: Millicent Cooley, Randy Blodgett, Ernie Coughlin, Trish Twining, and John Lightfoot. Is there any discussion on the board? Is there any comment in the public? Seeing none, all in favor of the slate as presented, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. Any abstentions? 401. Motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to the Western Avenue intersection study. Let's, yeah,
Do you want to get started on this?
well, yes, but
Okay.
what are your,
Then I would ask Sue Fillion to come to the
Yes.
table and make a presentation on this, this item.
that would be excellent.
Okay.
Isaac?
Oscar, do you want to talk about the rules of procedure first? So that
No,
Nope. We're not going out of order again. I'm not going to do that. Not
It
going
was
to
a
do it.
question for the chair.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you, Peter.
understand that, and I'm answering for you.
Thank you. Please don't do that. I think we'll keep the items in order for tonight. Yes, please. Sue and Dan. Great. Welcome.
Thank you. Wow. We've got a complex one here for you.
That's really great to hear, Sue. Thank you.
Well, you were on Traffic Safety Committee. You had an inkling, right? Okay, so I'm here tonight to pass along some recommendations from the Traffic Safety Committee. The a previous select board had set aside some funds to do a study of the intersections on Western Avenue, particularly Guilford Street and William Street. So we hired an transportation engineering firm to kind of look into these intersections and how we could improve safety in this corridor. Basically, it goes from the interchange at exit 2 all the way to Guilford Street. The work was conducted, it started late 2024 through 2025. It included reviewing previous concept plans that had been designed for kind of the William Street intersections, both from 2001 and 2016, just to show you how long and complicated this is. They collected and analyzed traffic data, conducted public outreach, through public meetings, first with neighborhood members and stakeholders, and then with the public. At the March and the April Traffic Safety Committee meetings, the committee discussed the concepts that were in the report, took additional public comment, and formulated a recommendation the best we could to send to the select board, which you received in your packet. And so I'm here to present those tonight. So I'll start with the Western Avenue and Guilford Street intersection, and thank you. This is concept 1A. So this intersection, first of all, the study evaluated this intersection and the traffic volumes to determine if a traffic signal could be warranted in this location. And short answer is yes, a traffic signal could be warranted here. It met 3 traffic warrants where they look at the traffic for different time periods, 8 hours, over 4 hours, and in the peak hour. However, due to the high cost of putting in a traffic light, that would include further study, design, and construction, the recommendation from the Traffic Safety Committee is not to pursue a traffic light and instead to pursue this concept 1A, which basically moves a crosswalk and the RFB infrastructure and creates, coming off of Guilford Street, a right and a left turn lane. And we believe that this can happen within the town's right-of-way, maybe a little shifting there. But that could be kind of an interim before, if we wanted to plan for a light, if there was more development that happened at some point that, maybe we could get some contribution to a light there to handle traffic. And with that, I'm kind of thinking if the Winston Prouty development gets built out to 300 units, then, maybe at that point we'd want a light and a contribution from that development. So this is the recommendation for what to do in this location. The state has indicated that they can move the crosswalk. It's a better location. It's got better sight lines for drivers seeing people in the crosswalk. It's a little bit more natural because it's going to the intersection. The state can do that painting. The town would move the RFB. So that's the recommendation for this. If we move to William Street, definitely gets a bit more complicated. So there was a couple of designs here. Seth, can you flip to the other one? And I'll try to talk through it. So there's a couple of different options evaluated. And, this is definitely complex because you have a successful business that has a shortage of parking. You have a residential neighborhood. You have some physical limitations with the roadway and the land there. So Traffic Safety Committee is supporting or recommending kind of a hybrid version of this 2C that you see here. So a couple things that it does is basically it removes the pull-in parking in front of the Vermont Country Deli and replaces it with parallel parking. It adds some parallel parking in front of the market, which is the store on the west side. And then there is the potential to do additional parallel parking west of Orchard Street there on the same side of the road. It preserves kind of a two-way flow through the parking lot at the market. So there's the western entrance and then there's the western leg of William Street, so that could come out. There could be some decisions about the western leg of William Street, closing that down. Maybe some conversations about how that land, do we close that? Do we keep it as a road but gate it? Traffic Safety Committee also kind of favored a gate on the western leg so that the traffic isn't going down the back of the deli. It is forced to go out onto Western Avenue. The eastern leg of William Street in this concept is shown as two ways. Through the fall and the winter, it has been operating as one way, so traffic headed out of William Street, to the north could exit, but traffic couldn't come down into the neighborhoods. One thing we learned about through the study and over the years from Traffic Safety Committee is there is a big impact to the neighborhood, and in particular, a couple properties with people parking down there and turning around in driveways. So Traffic Safety Committee we really struggled with what to do with William Street. We heard different opinions from neighbors, some who feel there's like a great impact from the traffic and turnaround movements, and others who felt really inconvenienced by having the one-way traffic and having to make a long way around. So kind of feel like there might need to be more work done there. I suspect you will hear from members of the public who have strong feelings about that. I think, again, the state is willing to do some striping. They would not do any bump outs or any curbing that is shown in this. So all those things would take more design. There'd probably be some more consideration about William Street. Does the town want to give that road, the western leg of William Street, would the town want to give that up? Would there be an exchange of land? That's going to have to be worked through. And I think I'll leave it at that.
Great, thank you, Sue. John, do you have anything to add, or?
Nope. Think it'd be, if you have questions for Sue or Dan about this, it would be a good time to do that, or hear from the public if you want to get feedback.
I have a question. We've been presented with some options. I assume we have no money to do any of these things. Is that?
We do have some capital funds from previous years set aside for intersections. We'd have to go through a design process once we settle on a concept and see how far that goes.
And some of these things could be done much more easily than, like, restriping some stuff could be way easier than new curbs and things like that. And okay.
And the paving project is going to start out there next week. They've indicated that they'll look at the striping. If that's something we want to change, they'll try to work it into the project.
Okay. Great. Well, questions from the board?
Yeah, just for clarification, so on both projects, striping, V-Trans is willing to collaborate on that, or just the Guilford Street?
So at Guilford Street, they are willing to move the crosswalk ramp to the new location. Our crews would move the push-button RRFB. The slip lane, I think, is a bigger project. That wouldn't be incorporated. We'd have to verify that we have enough real estate there, and it's going to involve moving some sidewalks and stuff. So that's a bigger piece of it. They have seen these concepts, and as far as the William Street area goes, they were taking them back to their traffic ops people to review, but they indicated that they would be willing to alter the line striping.
Great. Cool, thank you.
Thanks, Amanda. Isaac, any questions?
No, thank you.
Peter?
I'm good.
Nell?
I'm on the Traffic Safety Committee this year, so I saw the discussion surrounding this, and certainly is tricky. And as Sue said, for the William Street intersection, there are conflicting viewpoints, and it was hard to find something that addressed everything, all of those, and also allowed the fire department to have the adequate access they need to in terms of emergencies. So,
Thank you, Nell. All right, well then, I'd like to hear from the public, please. Arthur.
Thanks a bunch. Arthur Davis. I'm also on the Traffic Safety Committee. just one thing I wanted to point out to the board is that one concept that was not presented in the end by the engineering company that was part of the discussions, the public meeting discussions, was to have bike lanes come through here. And I just want to point that out because they were an option that at the public meetings was a quite popular option. And then there weren't any concepts that were presented with that idea. But I do want to just say that anyone who is biking from downtown to any points west of the William Street intersection will need to bike through here. That would mean going to Memorial Park, going to the farmers market, going to Academy School, other destinations in West Brattleboro. I think that, there's obviously these concepts all have a lot of parking, and I think that probably in reality, if there were bike lanes, there's not really room for parking on the street. And if there's parking, there's not really room for bike lanes. And I think that there are arguments to be made for both things, but since you are not presented with that idea, I just want to put that out there, that was a thing that was discussed and options were kind of preliminarily presented by the engineering company at the public meetings, and that did garner quite a bit of interest from people who were there. Thanks.
Thanks, Arthur. Quick housekeeping note for the board. I would like to suggest that we finish this item, that we address the solid waste ordinance change, which I think could be brief, and that we make the decision now to move records retention and rules and procedures, that we don't get to that tonight. I think those are low priority, and I think we could be out of here by 10. That's my proposal. How does that sound?
That's fine.
Sounds good.
Okay, John, can you tell Bob that you're definitely not doing that? Okay, thank you. Great. Other members of the public, Heidi, and then Ken.
Heidi Fisher, a resident of the neighborhood. Oh, could you put the picture back up? Sorry. Sorry, I missed the very beginning part when you were talking about the Williams Street stuff. That's what I was looking for. But I had a question. Well, I was at the other discussions of this, but I was just curious about what the committee's thinking was about the issue of, I noticed that this iteration of the change would move from the current 23 parking spaces to 25 parking spaces. And there was a different one that moved from the current 23, so I think it was 42 parking spaces. And I'm just curious what the thinking is. Clearly, the interest in the deli is going to continue. The number of people who want to park for the deli is going to continue. And what happens with westbound people who want to go to the deli, but the only way to do that is to make a UE to get into those parking spaces, or to wind up once again parking along the opposite side. What is that, the north side? Terrible with the direction. The north side of Western Avenue, blocking traffic and blocking the view coming out of Orchard Street, which happens all the time, or was happening all the time. Doesn't seem to be happening so much. So I was just curious why the iteration that included many more parking spaces once you turned into the parking lot wasn't, or what your thoughts are of what's going to happen with these westbound people who want to get there and can't get there and do all kinds of crazy things to be able to park.
Thanks, Heidi. Sue, is that?
It is, yeah, that's a challenge with it. I mean, all of the parking is facing eastbound. That's part of the reason for going with this kind of both the western entrance to the parking lot and the west. so that people could turn around. The one that had 42 spaces actually only showed one driveway access into that market, and so everything would have to come in and out. But it is a limitation in the public outreach. There was a preference to have parking on the eastbound lane, because there would be less people crossing the street. I mean, this was one of the things we're trying to, look at the economic impact from the business, plan around that, as well as, make safety improvements within the right of way, so.
Thanks, Sue. Yes.
Hi, my name is Jessica Cole. My husband Mike and I are the owner-operators of Vermont Country Deli. We also have a home in West Brattleboro. The Vermont Country Deli is in its 40th year of operation. We're extremely fortunate to have a thriving business to steward. We employ around 30 full-time staff and 65 to 75 part-time staff. We wholeheartedly believe we're making a positive economic impact on our town and region. We fill our store with local and regional products, and many of the ingredients we use in our scratch bakery and deli are local and regional. Conversations about parking in these intersections at William Street and Western Ave have been going on since the 90s. My family has always been engaged and willing participants in these conversations. In 2013, we bought the property next door and spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to build an additional building, add curb cuts and landscaping, and create 14 additional parking spaces. At the time, DRB noted that the project improved traffic and parking. Mike and I specifically have been showing up to traffic and safety meetings and openly engaging in conversations on these new plans since they started almost 2 years ago. We've hired the police to help with parking safety. We have worked on improving efficiencies inside of our store to help turn over parking spots, and our parking signs make a difference in keeping customers off the side roads and out of the neighborhoods. We now have a generational opportunity to improve the safety and functionality of this area for the town, the neighbors, as well as the business. We want that. But the recommendation that the Traffic Safety Committee is making tonight is the worst option. Worse for the neighbors, worse for the travelers, and definitely worse for Vermont Country Deli. We can't support the plan tonight. We'd rather continue the parking as it's been for over 40 years than make a change that would be devastating to our business. We believe we've seen good potential solutions with a combination of the plans generated from the recent study. But our support requires a clear coinciding plan to replace the pull-in parking spaces from Western Ave with parking spaces in the western leg of William Street. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Jessica. Would you mind a question?
Possibly.
Okay. Well, I was just curious if you know much more about this than I do. If you could tell me a little more about the problems that you think this would cause for you guys.
So right now, with the pull-in parking, we have about 10 cars that can fit in front. The parallel parking would be 2. So I'm highly concerned that those cars are going to go then park in the neighborhoods, in the side streets, or we're doing the best we can. That's the problem.
And then, so.
And also, that's our parking lot.
So this plan, it sounded like it created, this shows my ignorance of this, but this plan sounded like it actually netted more parking in the area, 23 to 25? Is that right, or am I?
The one that closes the western leg of Williams.
Okay, so that is 2B?
2B closes the western leg and closes off that other, closes the western leg off.
But
And so you get
2C
more
still
parking.
says it goes from 23 to 25.
You pick up some spaces in front of the market, the parallel parking there.
Okay.
There's
Okay.
2 or 3 there.
I-
Yeah, I mean, they are counting existing that's further up on the.
Okay.
Further east, towards the interstate.
Yes, correct. Thank you, Sue.
Hi, my name's Greg Miskovich. I'm an attorney at Downs Rockland Martin tonight, and I represent the owners and the operators of Vermont Country Deli. I noticed that Bob Fisher's not here, so I want to be very brief.
He's on
Since
Zoom.
you don't have counsel. Oh, is Bob online?
He's available.
Oh, fantastic. All of the plans require a taking of Vermont Country Deli property. And so that taking under state and federal law is expensive, and it's cumbersome, and it's time consuming. And according to the SLR study, the plan that was chosen was chosen in part because it was quick and easy, which is, SLR clearly has a sense of humor if a problem that we've been dealing with for 40 years can be solved quickly. So I think we should slow down, not adopt a plan that will result in an adversarial position between the town and the Vermont Country Deli, since all paths forward require their participation, and have a more considered and lengthy conversation with the Vermont Country Deli about a plan that is best for residents, best for neighbors, best for travelers, and best for Vermont Country Deli.
Thanks, Craig. Would you accept the question?
Sure.
Can you tell me, as a non-lawyer, a little more about what you mean requires a taking, that it would require something of a change to their property? Is
Yeah,
that- okay.
any either a regulatory, and Bob, you have counsel, so I'm not giving you legal advice.
Certainly.
Bob Fisher can give you legal advice. But any requirement from the municipality, or the state for that matter, to use the property of the Vermont Country Deli, either its physical property or the right it has to park in those existing spaces, would be a taking. It's the government telling a landowner that they need to use their property, and that taking requires a lot of process, both under state and federal law.
Great, thank you.
Can-
Sue?
Can I just respond?
Please.
A fair amount of the area in front of the Vermont Country Deli is the town's right-of-way, or it's state. It's Class 1 highway, but it's the town's right-of-way.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to go to Ken, yes.
There we go. Now? Can you hear me?
Ken, loud and clear.
Loud and clear. Okay, good. Thank you. Wait a minute. Let me get my notes back here. All right. Well, we all know that there's a major parking problem for the deli. Their business has grown over the past 40 years, and it's getting larger, and they're advertising in social media, so it's growing exponentially larger. What happens here is that there are customers that can't park up on Western Avenue, come floating down William Street. There's a sign, no parking, and so they have to end up turning around and coming back out. Well, unfortunately, they end up turning around in my driveway, the driveway across the street, and in the intersection of Williams and Larkin. And it's a significant problem. And when they turn around, a lot of times they're just parked there anyway. So there's many times when we've called the police department and they don't respond in a timely manner, if they respond at all. And it kind of leaves it up to us, if we want a residential neighborhood, to go out and police the traffic ourselves and ask people to move on. If one car stops, then you're going to get a whole bunch. They're just following one behind the other, so you got to keep them moving. This situation goes on 7 days a week, not just on the weekends, and it's 365 days a year. We've got traffic turning around sometimes on the weekends. It's absolutely ridiculous. There's there's cars lined up on William Street waiting to do a U-turn in front of my house, and it's driving us nuts. We haven't been able to enjoy a holiday weekend or a holiday or a weekend in years because of all the stress and commotion out in front of our house. And deli's intruding on our right to privacy and our quality of life. And and they're encroaching on our property too. And people are parking there and they're coming there, letting their dogs crap and pee on our yard and our groceries and stuff like that. So, it's just
And
point.
I'd like to say too, the customers are very abusive to us when we go out there and tell them somebody's gonna get hurt and the town's gonna have a major liability on its hand if somebody does get hurt. So let's say that.
And my wife's under doctor's care for this. She's on medication because she can't take stress anymore. And I'm at the same point myself. What will work here and the best solution that the town can offer would be not to allow any traffic from Western Avenue to come down William Street, whether it's the eastern leg or the western leg. One way out on the eastern leg is probably the best option. Actually, it is. I think it is the best option. Block off the western leg and gate it, like Sue had mentioned. And if
Ken,
yeah,
minutes, if you could conclude.
all right. My son is here too, so maybe he can get an extra minute in.
All right. I mean, they said most of it, but I mean, the ultimate solution here, which hasn't been discussed by the Traffic Safety Committee, is that the deli is physically outgrown its location. It needs to move, and maybe the town could help facilitate that. There are other properties along Route 9 that we could facilitate it. Traffic Safety Committee in the past hasn't had the power to do that, but you folks on the select board do. So that's something I'd like to see studied and thought about.
It's not something that is we're going to end up having a major problem here someday. Somebody's going to get hurt or shot or killed or worse. And we've been threatened. The police have had to break up arguments with deli customers. And one of them wanted to physically attack my wife. We've had cars pull into our neighbor's driveway and almost.
I'm sorry, Ken. We have to move on to other comments. Dick, please.
I've been around for the whole movie, the 40 years of the movie. And there was a time way back when the movie started where the original owners wanted to purchase a property to the east of the building, and the town was the biggest obstacle against that. This is a highly successful business in the community, and it seems like we're always trying to punish them. I was speaking to somebody today, and I said, I bet they're not number one in bringing in revenue from the rooms and meals tax, but I bet they're number two, which I said McDonald's is probably one, but the deli is number two. And so I look at it and say, we really need to work with these people to help them. Now, I know that there's a parcel of property to the east of the property. It was used as a staging area for several projects with the state. I don't know where it stands. I haven't had conversations with the owner about that. And I'm concerned about the plan that was put forward in terms of turning into Guilford Street. And I may not disagree that moving the crosswalk up, but I'm concerned about, we're talking about expense. I think a light should go there. What is expensive? You said it's too expensive. What is the figure? That intersection there has more problems and accidents than in front of the deli because people get so anxious to come out. It was a poor plan when it was designed in the early 90s. People looking at a blueprint, they couldn't understand it and they said, that looks good. And we've never adjusted to fix that intersection, which is more problematic than in front of the deli. And so I hope that you don't approve this tonight. And I would agree with Mr. Miskovich in terms of costing us more money because it's going to be a protracted legal battle, money that we don't have. And so I think we go back to the board, back to the drawing board and figure something else. I was actually at the traffic safety meeting when traffic safety said, we'd like you to put a cop out there, and they said, sure, we will. No one has ever said anything about the farmer's market, which every Saturday from this past Saturday till the end of October, which is a mayhem to get into that farmer's market, and nobody says boo. It creates just as many traffic incidents as what's going on up in front of the deli, and nobody says a word about it. And so I would hope we would take that under consideration also.
Thank you, Dick. I'll just say, nobody's trying to punish anybody for anything. We're trying to balance a bunch of really hard to balance
Point of order.
concerns. Yes.
So this item doesn't require a motion, correct?
Correct.
Well,
Right.
so that was my
We
question.
did not recommend
No.
a motion, but
And-
you're.
And then if I can just continue. Yes, to what Dick said. This has been a successful business in our town that brings people in. This is one of those businesses that attract people to our community, who leave behind money, who leave behind taxes. Both the Dailies and now their kids, generational. It's nice to see that somebody has taken over. To me, that is a commitment that a family has made to stay in this community and continue to build their business. I have too been there since the movie started, having been a morning guy on a radio station that used to be located down and used to put on a long song, run up, reload my coffee, run back down. So, so I think that we need to recognize the work that they are doing to sort of self-correct this situation by hiring, which I can't imagine is inexpensive, people to park, ways to, expand parking and all of that. Do we as a town have some responsibility? Yeah, but I think it's to support this business.
Thanks, Peter. Ivan, and then I'm going to come back to the board.
Ivan Hennessy. We've seen something similar to this before, where an establishment drew a lot of people. That led to conflict with neighbors. The accusation was thrown around that it was not compatible with the neighborhood. In that case, there was a specific punitive change in zoning law to eliminate that establishment. I'm not asking you to change the zoning laws to punish a successful business, but they are relying on a customer base that is taking from their neighbors, that is causing a lot of disruption. Vermont and Brattleboro are very good to businesses when those businesses are the businesses they like. And everyone loves this business. But there's a responsibility that comes with drawing people to the town. There's a responsibility that comes with increasing the traffic and inconveniencing your neighbors. Please don't rearrange the entire town. We've seen increased parking spaces and the parking issues continue because there's no number of parking spaces that's sufficient because people still have to walk this way and that way. People cluster in. You can't solve this business's problems. The problems are there because of where the business is. And if the business can't buy sufficient parking, the town cannot fix it for them.
Thanks, Ivan. Okay, coming back to the board, I'm going to ask the question that I should have asked at the beginning. What are we talking about in terms of next steps? Is this just
Well,
a presentation of the concepts?
This is a recommendation from the Traffic Safety Committee who've put a lot of work into this.
Yes.
And I think it's reasonable for the board to If you have any feedback, to provide that to Sue and Dan, who can convey it to the committee. If there's further things you'd like to look at or consider, additional information you need, you can also make a motion consistent with their recommendations. It's entirely up to you what the board wants to do.
Okay. For me personally, I'm not ready to move forward with recommending any of these. It's just, it's too complicated for me to feel confident in the decision right now.
I see them as two very separate
Yes.
issues. I think we
Certainly.
would probably be more productive if we chose to revisit it with separate, for example, the Guilford Street recommendations are, I think, very sound, and we should
Yes.
keep exploring them. And also the idea of a traffic light. Dick had a great point. A lot of our high schoolers, those 16-year-olds in their cars, they're trying to make that left-hand turn. That's a tough spot without a light. It's a real traffic hazard. So Guilford Street, yes. William Street, no. More time.
Okay.
So
And
that's
I will, Sue, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the ballpark for a new traffic light was $500,000?
Yeah, 500 to 600.
So-
That's what.
Okay, other board members? No.
I was just gonna, like, putting a traffic light there. Never mind.
Nell?
No, trying to put a traffic light at that juncture, I can't imagine is going to make anything better for the people in that area of the Vermont Country Deli or who live there, so I just.
Oh, we're talking about the Guilford Street.
Yeah, no, I know, exactly. I think on a busy weekend, yeah. I mean, I don't have a good solution, so I don't mean just to sort of, drop that bomb and walk out of the room, but I just don't see that one ending well.
It would need to be studied more.
Yeah.
No?
What?
It would need to be studied more in terms of
Yeah.
how do you time it.
Okay, let's hear from Nell and Isaac, and then,
Guilford Street, what Sue had said, if I was remembering correctly, is that part of what we're doing with the crosswalk is that it's setting up for the potential for a traffic light in the future, if that were to be revisited, some of that?
No, it's just
Okay.
moving the crosswalk is better sightline.
Yeah.
For drivers to see a person in the crosswalk.
At the meetings, the cost was talked about, that was talked about as being a preventative measure. I think that this is work that could be moved forward with on Guilford Street as it is. And there has been a lot of conversation about the deli, so I don't mean to ignore that. And clearly, a lot of the key parties in it don't feel that this addresses their needs. So I think there could be more.
thanks, Nell. Isaac?
Yeah, I would support moving forward with the recommendation for Guilford Street. And I do have 3 questions having to do with the William Street intersection. Do you want to entertain those now, or?
Please.
Okay. So the first is in regards to Dick's comment about the parcel to the east of the Vermont Country Deli. Has there been investigation into the potential around that?
So it is owned by somebody who has plans for it.
Okay. And then Arthur had brought up the question about concern about bike, and it sounds like there had been some exploration of this. Would moving towards concept 2B, which would involve closing the western up the road just to the west of Vermont Country Deli, and putting in parking there, would that allow for potentially for putting in biking lane? Maybe it wouldn't be 42 or however many parking spaces, but something more than what's currently available?
The report found that it's mutually exclusive. You either are creating on-street parking or you can have the bike lanes. You cannot do both.
But in the concept 2B has parking where the road is currently just to the west of Vermont Country Deli. So if you close off that road, you could turn part of that into parking spaces. And what I'm wondering is if, okay, if you were to do that, how much parking would be created just by doing that, and would that, what would be the total amount of parking, and then would that allow for bike lanes to be opened instead of on-street parking?
Yeah, I'd have to count, but you could have bike lanes if you don't have on-street parking.
Believe it would be a loss of parking spots.
Yeah, but it would be a loss.
It would be a net loss, it would
parking
be less than 23 or whatever.
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
And then the other question was just for town council, if we have on the line, which is just if there's any guidance around whether to pursue one of these recommendations from a legal perspective.
I mean, legally, if you want to proceed with these, we could incorporate that into our next steps.
And an analysis of potential costs and timeline.
Is Bob, I saw you do something.
I made him the co-host of the
Okay.
meeting, so he can pop on at any time.
Bob, are you there?
Can you hear me now?
And thank you.
Yes, you can hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, good. With regard to what Craig brought up on regulatory takings, we would certainly want to research that. But before we look at that, I would want to see a survey of the highway right-of-way. As my conversations with Sue, much of what they have there is in the highway right-of-way. So I know that there's no adverse possession or prescriptive easements that can be taken as against the state. So that may be problematic, but I would rather we look at good surveys, examine that, and then we could do a memo to the board with regard to any takings, if indeed we came to the opinion that there actually would be a taking. And I'm not saying there is at this point.
Thanks, Bob. Great. Okay. What I'm hearing, do you mind? Yes, thank you. What I think I'm hearing is a desire to move forward with Guilford Street and a desire for more information or further work on William Street. If that's the case, I've been scheming with John, and I think an appropriate motion for Guilford Street would be to move forward with the planning and consider for the FY28 capital plan. That would be a way that we could, that's sort of the next opportunity we'd have to budget for doing this. But of course, if anyone has another motion they'd like to make, now is the time. Or maybe no one, I will make a motion. I move to move forward with the Guilford Street, Western Avenue intersection work and consider it for the FY28 capital plan. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Abstentions? 401, motion carries. Western Avenue, we may be in the strange position of, well, for boards of wanting to not take any action at this moment.
It's fine if you want to just ask staff to work with the Traffic Safety Committee and further on this and just not take any action on it at all. That's fine.
Okay. If anyone would like anything different to happen, now's the time to make a motion. I'd certainly, I feel bad turning it around with no guidance, so we should continue to think about this one, but in the future. But not seeing a motion from the board, I'm going to suggest that we move on to the next agenda item. Is that guidance enough?
Sue, do you need
I
anything more?
think I heard what
Okay.
we need to work on.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you both.
Thank you.
And thank you to everyone who stayed so late for that. And special thanks to Pete Lynch for staying the latest of all. for our new final agenda item of the evening, the solid waste ordinance change, second reading.
Good evening. I will be brief to respect all of your time and come right to the point. So on April 21st, we met to give you a first reading of the ordinance surrounding solid waste. The reason that we brought it to the board was as a result of our solid waste changes within the town of Brattleboro. We had to look at the ordinance that governed it and make the ordinance parallel those things that we're doing in town with solid waste. So a committee put together the recommended changes. We worked with folks in planning. We worked with the folks at the fire department, public works, the town manager's office, and our town attorneys have reviewed it. After the meeting on the 21st of April, where we laid out the changes to the agenda, to the ordinance, we made some very, very minor changes that were not, they didn't change substance of the ordinance. They corrected some of the formatting of the actual ordinance. So what you have in your packet is both a marked up version of the ordinance, where again the content is exactly the same as it was on the 21st of April, but has the formatting changes to it, and you have a clean version of that as well. In the 2 weeks after our last meeting, I received no comments from the public on the ordinance changes at all, and nor did I hear from staff that that there were anything that needed to be changed. I'm happy to answer any questions about the ordinance or talk about it specifically if you'd like at this time.
Thanks, Pete. I have no questions other than, is this a public hearing? Are we opening a thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. You do need to open a public hearing for the second reading. Yeah.
Then I will officially open the public hearing for the solid waste ordinance second reading. And first, any members of the board with questions for Pete?
Nope.
Seeing none, any members of the public with questions for Pete? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing.
I will make a motion.
Please do.
I move to adopt changes to the Brattleboro Code of Ordinances, Chapter 7, ordinance regarding solid waste as presented.
Okay, Amanda has moved to adopt changes to the Brattleboro Code of Ordinances, Chapter 7, ordinance regulating solid waste as presented. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That is 5-0. All right, motion carries. And with the board's permission, we will leave off the last two items of our agenda, and I would look for a motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Okay, motion to adjourn. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
5-0. Adjourned. Thank you. And board members, stick around for signatures.
Witnessing.
And
Thanks, Peter. There's a couple.
stick around for all sorts of things.
I know.
I believe that's the same.